Hey everyone, welcome to Simplilearn's YouTube channel. In this session, we will be learning the game development tutorial. But before we begin, I would like to take a quick confirmation from our viewers if the screen is clearly visible and the audio is clear. If yes, kindly type yes in the chat section, and if there are any issues that can be resolved from our end, kindly do let us know in the chat section. Great, I can see a lot of positive responses from our viewers. Thank you. So I think it's a clear indication that we can get started. I would also like to tell you guys that we have daily updates on multiple technologies. So if you're a tech geek in a continuous hunt for latest technological trends, then consider getting subscribed to our YouTube channel. And don't forget to hit that bell icon to never miss an update from Simplilearn. Now without further ado, let's get started with the agenda for today's discussion. So we will get started with a brief introduction to game development and what are the trends on game development in the current IT industry, salary discussions, and many more. Followed by that, we will learn the best games that are suitable for game development in the current IT industry. Then we will learn the C# game development tutorial, and followed by the tutorial, we will try to develop some games using C#. That is the Unity game in C# and Tic Tac Toe game in C# for the fundamentals to be revamped. Then we will get into JavaScript game development tutorial. Once we are done with the fundamentals on JavaScript game development, we will try to create a Wordly game using JavaScript, and then another Tic Tac Toe game, but this time we will be developing the same game using JavaScript, and followed by that we will get into the Pygame tutorial. Once we are done with the Pygame tutorial and an example game development program using Pygame, we will get into the Java game development tutorial. And also we will develop some games using the Java programming language. So I hope I made myself clear with the agenda. Hope this session will be interesting and informative to you guys. So now, handing over the session to our training experts.
By 2017, the worth of the gaming industry will be $102.2 billion, which is equal to sending 60 shuttles into space. The number of mobile gaming apps will be equal to the population of 21 Earth-sized planets. A top-rated game developer will earn more than the CEOs of most mid-sized companies. Some of the most successful games would have been developed by rookies in their living rooms. So, excited to start a career in game development? Enroll to our site of courses on game development and set yourself up for an exciting and successful career. We have a range of game development courses, from simple courses that teach you to make a mobile game with no coding experience to comprehensive bundles that enable you to make cutting-edge dynamic 3D games. Courses cover mobile app development, game hacking, 3D game development, game character animation, 3D sculpting, scene lighting, game dynamics, and much more. Learn by actually creating games as you train with us.
With the video game industry reaching new heights with every passing year, it has been an uphill battle meeting the demand with supply. What used to be branded as a form of entertainment, which is often nonsensical, has now become a career for many professionals across the globe thanks to this rise in esports culture. A small category of esports will be featured in the 2024 Olympics, much to the surprise of the general public who never saw video games to be anything more than a leisure activity. With so much capital being invested in this industry, the development of these games have their own career trajectory and are one of the most exciting prospective roles in the market today. Starting from coding at its base level to complex machine learning algorithm at its peak, video game development has a lot of potential for growth due to the variety of languages one can learn to be able to contribute. So hey everyone, this is Baibab from Simplilearn, and welcome to this video on the best programming language for gaming. Before we get started, let's understand the metrics behind the rise in esports culture. According to a Business Insider article, the esports industry is on track to be a $1.5 industry by 2023. This growth has been accentuated by the fact that a multitude of academic institutions now provide scholarships to those people looking to pursue a career in video games and represent their organization professionally. As you can see the infographic, the growth in advertising revenue during esports events have been growing at a rapid rate. from 143 million in 2018 to 226 million in 2020. Video games have found prominence in the daily household. It is said that 3 out of every 5 Americans have either a Sony PlayStation, an Xbox, or a personal computer built specifically for gaming. Such a high audience invites higher sales figures, which in turn generated industry-topping revenues. You can see the rate of growth getting stabilized as we move into the 2020s, indicating an onset of esports culture normalization, which will most likely see it take one of the top revenue-generating streams in the recreational sector. It's not just about the people though. Thanks to this new era of digital sales and easy access to gaming consoles, reputed game developers like Electronic Arts, Ubisoft, and Bethesda have constantly managed to rack up high production budgets. In some of these game titles, the production cost is more than in some Hollywood movies, starting from hiring voice actors and animators to finding programmers and investing in marketing. This kind of splurge of cash has been made possible purely due to the consistent return of investment in games like GTA 5 and Destiny. Not every ambitious project will get enough praise in the industry, but companies pay good money to make sure they hit the right formula as often as they can, thus increasing the necessity of efficient game developers. With the right foundation in programming, one can take the first step to become a sought-after name in the video gaming industry. Thankfully, this video is here to give you a primer on the right programming language to choose for your career. Let's have a look at what we are going to learn today. We first learn what is video game development, then move on to the top programming languages in the market to start coding games on. We also look at some of the honorable mentions when it comes to languages that just miss the cut, then have a demonstration on how we can create a game using Python. So let's understand about what game development is. Video game development is the art of creating a game right from its design, development, all the way to its release. It has various aspects throughout the development cycle: artifact design, good user experience, balanced game mechanics, realistic animations and voice acting, a reliable network profile, among many other things. The highlights include the process of designing the look and behavior of games. All the menus to all the maps that are included in the game need to be designed by certain animators and graphic designers that work together as a team in certain sects of the game. We also have reliable artifact designing to the voice models, which help in giving life to the game. While programming is not exactly compulsory to learn game development, it is essential in certain segments. For example, while designing the look and behavior of the games or the sound designs, programming is not as important. However, when depending on the behavioral aspect of some game engines, programming is a must. While many of these departments don't need programming, things like mechanics, input configuration, and networking setup can all be programmed from a single guy to teams dispersed all around the globe, depending on the scope of the project. To help reduce the load for certain developers, game engines have been created. They act as a set of pre-configured modules and mechanics to accelerate the process of game development. Engines also help in easy distribution among different platforms, thereby reducing the workload of the development team by a considerable amount. Engines like Unity, CryEngine, and Unreal Engine have revolutionized the way games are developed today, and engines like these keep pushing the boundaries of what we can expect over a single framework. There isn't just a single department that manages the complete cycle of the game development. It is the joint effort. So let's see some of these individual teams. The input management team has a lot of responsibility in creating a responsive environment for the user to play in. This team programs the kind of input parameters to be used all the way to the game reacts to movements, actions, and interactions. The animation and design team is supposed to be responsible for the first impression that people have when they see the game for the first time. Be it due to terrific graphics in the trailers or an immersive gameplay experience thanks to an open world, the design team holds a lot of weight in deciding which way the game should proceed. The sound production team handles all the voice acting and the game response in order to generate the best auditory output. Some video game titles have managed to capture the atmosphere in war much more accurately than some Hollywood movies. Apart from in-game production, a solid voice acting lineup helps build credibility into the story, and the inverse of it leaves a sour taste in the mouth. That is irrespective of the great graphics or the responsive gameplay. Behavioral optimization teams handle the response of the games to user decisions. It can be simple condition-based programming or complex machine learning algorithms that learn the user's habits throughout the playing process to deliver a much more personalized and authentic gaming experience. Now that we understand the basics of programming in game development, let's see which languages are the most preferred when starting out with game development. The languages we are going to cover in this video are C#, C++, Java, JavaScript, and Lua. C# is one of the most widely used languages in the video game industry thanks to its unique XNA framework. XNA framework is a set of tools and runtime environments developed by Microsoft. Thanks to this framework, C# is very popular when it comes to developing games for Windows operating systems and Xbox consoles. The famous Unity engine was written using C# to encourage new people in taking up video game development as a career instead of running through heaps of codes as an amateur. C# is used along with other languages such as C++ and Java to create a fully functional game platform ready for release. Some of the most famous titles to be written in C# are the popular multiplayer game Rust and the classic Stardew Valley. Speaking of C++, it is still the most basic language needed for game development even after decades of its arrival. It's very fast and compilation is surprisingly quick even for large projects with multiple modules being sideloaded. Since C++ has been in the industry for so long, it has found its way into almost every platform that can run games and is easy to run across different systems. The modular nature of C++ also helps in better management of memory and CPU resources, thereby improving the overall performance and user experience of the game. It was a major part of the development of game engines like Unreal Engine and Frostbite Engine, which are still being used extensively in today's industry as flagship development platforms. The most popular games written on C++ can be attributed to the Frostbite game FIFA series or the Unreal Engine game Hallmark, those are the Borderland game series. Java found its way onto the game development scene with the introduction of the mobile phone. Starting from the old Motorola phones to the thick Nokia handsets, Java has been prevalent since then and is a crucial part of development. Java gets compiled on a Java virtual machine or a JVM. This helps in decreasing the reliance on a machine specification and makes it much more scalable. Java also has a multi-threading feature that allows it to run multiple threads of a single CPU simultaneously. This earns a significant boost in productivity and performance. It may not be as instrumental in today's desktop caliber games, but mobile-based applications still feature Java at some level in their code base. Some popular games that employ Java in their codes are RuneScape and the popular multiplayer game known as Minecraft. JavaScript, on the other hand, is much more suited to games that run on the browser level. Since it is already used for website development, integrating gaming mechanics into the latest web technologies is easier. This is possible due to the vast amounts of libraries available for JavaScript and the huge support community that has been building it since the last decade. The well-known games in this JavaScript sector are Angry Birds and the game known as Bejeweled. Lua is a relatively quick and cross-platform scripting language used in game development. The language is very easy to learn thanks to its easy syntax and beginner-friendly language rules. A big bonus when it comes in developing Lua is the ability to modify game files. Many modders take a lot of effort into adding extra content to a complete game as per the request of the community. According to a survey conducted by GameDev.net in 2003, Lua was found to be the most popular scripting language being used for game development. Lua finds its use in the development of popular games such as Roblox and Baldur's Gate. Apart from these languages, there are a few honorable mentions that I feel we should look into that got overlooked in the above list. We have all heard about Python. It can be used for both development and scripting purposes. The main advantage of using Python is its Pygame module that acts as a quick prototyping mechanism instead of running through a lot of machines for testing purposes. Unfortunately, the scope of game development in Python has a lower ceiling than the other languages we discussed before. The games which are written using Python are usually simple in both design and function while also being two-dimensional in gameplay. These factors prevent Python from being the single-use language of a highly acclaimed game title. It is used along with other languages like C# and C++ to create a unified game catering to all the needs of the player. Python also finds use in training machine learning models to be used in video game development to create a much more personalized gaming experience as compared to the general development paradigms. Apart from Python, Kotlin has become a new language to go for as a replacement for Java-based platforms. It is mostly used for developing Android games. Thanks to this, Google's very own Android Studio allows using Kotlin to develop Android applications and games instead of Java. Some of the reasons people are jumping to Kotlin is because of the coding efficiency and much better memory management. Code length in Kotlin is much smaller than Java for the same output. While many people are starting to prefer Kotlin over Java for newer projects, the community and bug squashing support is still far from the heights of Java, so it is going to be a good while till we see Kotlin take over the mobile development scenario completely. Now that we get an idea of how unique each programming language is when it comes to game development, let's take a look at one example where you can understand how the games are created on a very small scale. I use Python for this demo, and the application being run is the classic snake game. Let's jump in. I will be using the software PyCharm, which is a development environment for Python. We use this environment for coding the game functionality as well as testing it as a prototype. Before I proceed, I would like to make you aware that Python needs to be installed on the machine before start writing code, along with PyCharm, or does any other software which can compile Python code. Now when we jump into the code, my first step is to import the libraries being used while developing the game. Python has a huge library of extensions that can be imported into its programs in order to gain certain functionality. In this case, I am importing 3 modules, namely Turtle, Time, and Random. Turtle is a pre-installed Python library that enables users to create pictures and shapes by providing them with a virtual canvas. The on-screen pen that you use for drawing is called the Turtle, and this is what gives the library its name. In short, the Python Turtle library helps new programmers get a feel for what programming with Python is like in a fun and interactive way. The time module is used to count the number of seconds elapsed since the epoch, while the random function can be used to generate random numbers in Python. We use a set of predetermined variables to be used along with the program. In our first segment, we create a window screen. This is done by using the Turtle module. This helps in giving a background to the game on which we can turn up our controls and other graphical enhancements. In the second part, we create the head of the snake. This will be our control for the entire game, and it will change the direction on which direction we want to go. The next part, we design the food of the game. All of this can be done using the Turtle module and in some parts the Random module as well, which helps to determine where the food will be appearing on the screen. The next part is assigning control variables. In the assigning control variables part, we need to assign local variables and global variables to be used when we provide input while playing the game. All of these can be used using the Turtle module, and here we can assign the keys that are being used to assign the controls. We have given the W, S, A, D commands to go for the top, bottom, left and right commands respectively. After the commands are set, we need to focus on the main gameplay of the portal. The main gameplay will handle the score management, the way the size of the snake increases after eating the food, and the way the game ends when the snake hits a barrier or its body itself. All this can be done in the final part, which leads to the final output of the game. Let's take a look at the result. As you can see, we have initiated a proper full working Python game using a single page of code. This can be controlled using the WSD key as we mentioned, which are customizable and can be done in any format possible. It has the backgrounds, it has colors which can be changed, and we also have a high score mechanism that gets updated if we lose or continue playing. Apart from the visuals, we can also have sound libraries imported into the game to make it more lifelike, albeit in a snake game that makes a less of an addition. So this is how we can use Python to get started on generic game development using just Turtle and a few other modular functions.
So in this C# game programming tutorial, we'll make an endless T-Rex runner game. So to begin, let us define the T-Rex endless runner class game. The Google Chrome Dinosaur game, also known as the Chrome Dino, is a browser game developed by Google and integrated into the Google Chrome web browser. The player must guide a pixelated T-Rex across a side-scrolling landscape to earn higher score, avoiding obstacles. The game was created back in the year 2014 by Chrome user interface designers, and it is intended to be accessed by pressing the spacebar while Google Chrome is closed or internet connectivity is lost. Let's create a T-Rex endless game runner in a Windows application. Here's the preview. So we have our T-Rex that has the animated running. We jump over the obstacles by pressing space button and get the score accordingly. After that, we can press T to continue or restart the game. So let's get started with T-Rex endless running game code. The system line indicates that you utilize the system library in your project. This provides useful classes and functions such as console class and writeLine function or method. Then a generic collection is strongly typed. It can only hold one type of object to eliminate runtime mismatches and improve performance by avoiding boxing and unboxing. Following that is the system. The component model includes classes and implementing components and controls runtime and design time behavior. The following system data enables an object to implement a data adapter and represent a set of methods and mapping action-related properties used to fill and update a useful dataset and update a data source. The system.drawing namespace contains the classes that comprise Microsoft Next Generation Graphics Architecture, that is GDI+. As a result, we have a system.classes and an interface are provided by support link queries. The following is a system. The class describes as some classes represent ASCII and Unicode character encodings, abstract base classes for converting blocks of characters to and from blocks of bytes, and a helper class that manipulates and formats string objects without creating intermediate instances of string. Then there's a system.threading. The task provides types that makes writing concurrent and asynchronous code easier. Finally, we have a system.windows. Windows forms as graphical user interface class library framework for the internet. Its primary goal is to provide a simple interface for developing desktop, tablet, and PC applications. It is also known as WinForms. Then we have the namespace T-Rex runner followed by the form name T-Rex1. First, we have a false variable which has a data boolean and is used to determine whether or not the player is jumping. This is a boolean expression called jump. This boolean will be used to determine whether or not the T-Rex has entered the game. We can only toggle between true and false. Next, we have a jumping speed of 10. This integer is known as jumping speed. This will have a value of 10. The T-Rex runner will jump 10 pixels from the current location and use the jump speed as gravity to pull the player down. Following that, we have the FRC variable equal to 12. This integer FRC will be used to determine how quickly the T-Rex jumps up and how high he can go before collapsing. Next, there will be an integer variable called the score of this game, which will describe the score of the game, which is set to 0 by default. After that, we set int object speed to 10. This is the default speed for the obstacles. The obstacles will be animated using this integer. This will draw the obstacles to the left of the screen closer to the player. The random variable comes next. We made a new class at random. This random number generator is also known as random, which is used to calculate the random location of the obstacles spun once in the game begins and when they reach far to the left of the screen. Following that, we have the POS variable or the position variable, which defines the T-Rex's position. Finally, we have the game over the true boolean variable, which is by default set to false and indicates whether or not the game is over. Following that, we have the T-Rex1 function, which includes the Initialize component function. In Visual Studio.NET C# or VB.NET, the Initialize component method is a method that is automatically created and managed by the Windows Forms designer and defines everything you see on the form. Everything you do on the form in VS.NET with designers generates the code. Next, we have the main function of the form called the reset function. This means instructing the reset function to execute when the game begins, which we'll define in greater detail later. Next, we have a T-Rex game event linked to the game timer. First, we connected the jumping speed integer to the player picture boxes at the top of the screen, and then we displayed the score on the score text label. After that, if the jump is true and the force is less than 0, the jump is changed to false. Another condition states that if the jump is true, the jumping speed should be -12 and the forces FRC should be reduced by 1. Otherwise, the jumping speed should be 12. Then we have the for each loop, which is for the obstacle, which we have 2 in this condition, as if it is a picture box and it has an obstacle tag, we need to move the obstacles to the left. Another condition is that if the obstacles have vanished from the screen, we respawn them from the far right. In this case, we calculate the form width and the random number between 200 and 500, then add 1 to the score. After that, if the T-Rex collides with the obstacles, we stop the timer, change the T-Rex image to the dead one, and display a message that says, press T to restart on the score text label. And now that we know the game is over, we change from false to true. If the score of the game is greater than 5, we will increase the obstacle speed from 12 to 15 to make it a little more interesting. A following key is down event. In this function, we check if the space key is pressed and if the jump equals to false. We set the jump back to false. It may appear simple, but we are triggering the jump function, which will be used later in the timer event. And the next function in the key is the up function. First, we check if the T key is pressed and released, and then we run the game reset function. We also check if the jump is true, and then we change the jump back to false. Finally, we have the reset function. Overall, this function will reset every variable, player, and obstacle in the game. This function will be executed when the game first loads and then when the player presses the T button. Let's take a look at how to do it. First, set the variable, that is FRC variable, to 12 and then set the jumping speed to 0. After that, change the jump to false, the gamer's score to 0, the obstacle speed to 10, and score text to show the gamer's score. Next, set the T-Rex image to running, the game over variable gain to false, and the T-Rex stop to 367. Again, we have a loop for each of our 2 obstacles represented by a counter variable T. In this for each loop, we have a same condition as T, which is that if the obstacle is a picture box with the tag of the obstacle and we generate a random number in the position integer between 500 and 800, we change the obstacle's left position to a random location at the start of the game. Now, let's quickly execute this program and see the output. So there you go. The program got successfully executed and you can see the game. Now press spacebar. Okay, let's press T. Now you have to hold the spacebar and make the jump. So again, let's press T. Press spacebar and hold it. So this is how the game is played.
Let's talk about our game. Since no matter how huge the globe in a video game is, it always has an end. However, some games attempt to imitate an unlimited world. These games are classified as endless runners. This 3D runners game is basically an iteration of that. In a typical endless runner, a game where the player moves forward constantly while earning points and avoiding obstacles. The basic goal is to finish the level without falling into or clashing with the obstacles. Still, the level frequently repeats itself indefinitely, gradually increasing the difficulty until the player collides with an obstacle. An example for an obstacle, as you can see in the picture, is that black bar, that yellow obstacle, and the purple obstacle. Now essentially, to create a game like that, we will start with creating a platform and some obstacles. Then we will be writing a script to activate those obstacles randomly. After that, we will write a script to infinitely generate that ground to create an illusion of an endless platform. We will also program game mechanics and UI like score calculation, score display, etc. Then we will create a player object. Finally, we will write up a script to control the player object. So, without any further ado, let's get started and launch our Unity software. Let's start by creating a new project. This will be a 3D project. We'll name it 3D Runner. For the location, we will choose 3D Runner as a game location. Then we will hit Create Project. Let's wait until it initializes the game. Let's start by creating some folders. So we'll go here, folder, we'll name it prefab. Then we will have script. We will also be using folder name material. And I guess that's it. If you'll need more, then we will create more. We can start by building a tiled platform that will be saved in a prefab. So we'll make a game object here. So we'll create empty. We'll name it a tile prefab. We'll be saving this game object in the prefab at later. Now we will select this and create a cube inside this. Let's name this cube as platform. Let's reset the position for it, and let's scale it to 8, maybe around 0.4, and then this should be around 30. On the second hand, let's make it 20. So it should be neat and clean when we can work around it. Now I'll be having 6 obstacles modification, but you can make as many as you need. So we will have to first make 6 game objects inside the tile prefab object. So we will select this and we will create empty. We will name it obstacle 1. Let's copy it so that we can increase the process. Then again create empty, copy paste and change the number to 2. one more. Now that we have made 6 obstacles, let's take one by one and create something on them. So we will create a new cube inside this. Now we will scale this cube as same width as the platform and reduce its height. So let's take the same dimensions. This is 8. This was around 0.4, so let's take something different, 0.5, so that it should be a little bit bigger than the platform. And for the Z, let's take it 3. Now this looks a little confusing, so first let's bring this little bit up and go to our material, and let's create a material. Let's give it a black color. So black matte. Then let's select color. This is black and drop it. And this is our first obstacle. Let's name them as well so that we don't mistake them for something else. So OFST dash cube 1, obstacle 1 cube 1. Now since our work with this obstacle is done, so we will just hide it and we will go to the obstacle 2 so that we don't confuse items with different items. Now for this obstacle we will need a couple of cubes for the obstacle 2. We will be leaving one free spot at the bottom so that player is used to crouch to avoid this obstacle. So we will insert a cube let's give its height as 1, then 5, 8, then the other height is 2. Now this way it should be easy for us to understand. There's still some gap. Now there is not, but let's just take Okay, then we'll take this and now we will create the same duplicate of this one and put it just adjacent to it. Okay, and now we will create a cube that will cover this side. So we can just duplicate another one and we'll change its dimensions. So this one will have dimensions like 6, then y will be a little shorter so that we have a space in the bottom, and it looks fine right now, at least for the normal eye. Let's add a color so we can differentiate between the others. So let's create another material. Let's give it a yellow color. And here little yellow. I want little darker yellow. This will get this. Now it's little different from the bottom. Oh, I can see the difference little bit. Yeah. Now little up. Okay, this looks fine. Let's see it from all the angles, from top, from bottom. There's an ample space for a ball to go out. If there would not, then we will just increase its size a little bit. Let's name them as well. So these were obstacle 2's part. So obstacle 2 cube 1. Then we will have these as equal to cube 2, and we'll name this one as cube 3. Now let's remove this one. For the obstacle 3 now for this one we will basically have a copy of this, but there will be a hole in the middle, so the player will have an option to either crouch or jump over it. So we will add some cubes. Cube this, here's the cube. We will give it the dimensions of the previous one, so 1, then this will get 8, this will get 2, then here they are here. Yep, it's all fine. We will make a copy of this obstacle, so we will duplicate it and basically have it down the other end of this. Okay, now let's have another cube. Let's have a copy of this one. For the downside, and we will give this one the scaling as 1 to decrease it, and we will give 1. Think a little bit. Let's see what we have given for this one. I think we can't compare these. Let's increase it a little bit. Now it looks little tighter and the space is full. Okay, now this one works. For this we have one height, appropriate height. Alright, let's give it a color as well. So we will be creating a new material. This one we will name it as purple matte, and let's give this in colors purple. This one as well works. And now this obstacle is also complete. Let's give them name as well. So this is obstacle 3. So it will be given an obstacle 3 name. Then we will have this one. We will give it obstacle 3 cube 2. This nomenclature is important in a sense if we have to do some kind of debugging or rectifying some error, so we know which cube is represent which obstacle. Now for the obstacle 4, we will have a little bit of every obstacles. So basically obstacle 4, 5, 6 will be the combos made from the obstacle 1 and obstacle 2. So let's say for obstacle 4 we have a duplicate of this and we will add it to obstacle 4. We can have another duplicate and we can have the same in this one as well. So now let's hide this one for now, and for this one let's name this one as obstacle 4 and cube 1, and we will delete this part. Now for the combo, let's take obstacle 2 first. So we will basically select each of them, we will duplicate them, and we will pull all the duplicates and put it with them. Cube 2, cube 3, and for this one we have cube 4. And that's how we have obstacle. Now how will this work? So we will first select this obstacle and we will basically take this one here, around here, and then we will take the rest of the cubes. We will select all 3 of them together and drag it here. So basically now this is a combo of these two. So basically first black will come, then yellow will come. Similarly, let's close this obstacle. For obstacle 5, we'll bring back this. We'll rename this one as well and give it obstacle 5 Q1. And we will have all of the obstacle 3 part. We'll duplicate it. We'll put it in obstacle 5. Cube 2, Cube 3, Cube 4, Cube 5. Now we will separate these as well. So we will send black one to here, little further ahead, and we will just select all 4 different 5 of them and put it. Let's not put it at the end so that the next one which will come will have some space between them. Now we will close this one, and for this one, this will be a bigger one, so we will basically have these. We will duplicate these, we'll put it inside this. We'll close this one, then we will take obstacle 3, these, and we will copy it, like duplicate it, and we will put it inside obstacle 6. Let's change the name. So obstacle 5, this will be obstacle 6, cube 1. Obstacle 6, cube 2. Obstacle 6, cube 3. Obstacle 6, cube 4. Obstacle 6, cube 5. Obstacle 6, cube 6. And obstacle 6, cube 7. Now we will take this one, we will put it here, and we will take this one and we will put it slightly here. And here, the whole cube. Now let's have all the obstacles enabled. And that's how you make obstacles. Now what we will do is, we will basically select each and every obstacle one by one, and we will change its tag to finish. This is very important because this will basically dictate if these obstacles are finished, otherwise the player will go right through them. So basically they need to be finished. Now obstacle 3, select all of them at once and then finish it. We'll do the same with the obstacle 4. We'll select all of them together and we'll put it as finish. Obstacle 5, select all of them as together, finish them. Then obstacle 6, we will take all of them together and tag them as finished. We can also select all of them together and then we can tag them as finished as well. This is basically important because to detect the collision between them, between the player and the obstacles. If it will not detect a collision, then it will never finish the game. Now we will need a few scripts to manage object pooling and obstacle activation to create an infinite platform. So we'll go to our scripts and we will create a C# script and we will name it simp_platform. Now let's go and check the code. Here's the code for object pooling and obstacle activation. Now here we will start with creating two game object transform points, start and end. These will signify where the platform is starting and ending. Now here's an obstacle array to contain all the obstacles in the later on. So this game object array will have all the obstacles stored. Now let's go to our first function, which is act_random_obstacle. Basically this will be the function which will activate all the obstacles. We will first call deactivate all obstacles so that from the start we don't start with an obstacle right in front of us, so that we get a little bit of chance to start getting warm up. Then in the next line we have a random generator. So basically this is creating a random object, and basically this random number is generated randomly between the length of the object. Since we have 6 obstacles, so it will basically give random number will get a random number between 0 to 5, because obstacle array length will be from 0 to 5. It will start from 0 to 5. Let's say it select a 4. So basically obstacle random number 4 will get activated and that platform will come. This deactivate all obstacles function will be responsible for deactivating all the obstacles for the first 3-4 seconds so that the player can get warm up and play the game and have a fun. Now let's go back and make another script to generate infinite platform. Now let's create another script. We will name this one as simp underscore ground gen. Now let's go and check the code for the simple ground generator. Here we will start by creating a main camera variable for the camera, another start point. This will be where we will mark the location where ground tiles will begin. Then we will call tile prefab from the platform from the other script. We have a moving speed 12, which will be the moving speed for our platform. Then the tiles to respawn, which will be basically before the platform ends, how many tiles it should respawn, which will be 15, which is basically equal to the 1.5 platform. Then how many tiles at the beginning should not have obstacles. This is the part where I was saying that we should have a little bit time to warm up. Then we will create a list for the platform. For the spawn tiles, we will give next tile to activate variable as -1. At the start, we will have the game over as false and game started as false. Basically, our game is neither over and neither started yet. And the score will be started at 0. Now, we are creating here a constructor for our simple ground gen script. We will go into our start function. This will be the first frame update which will happen. So basically when we press play, the first thing what will happen will be from this entire function. So we will have a spawn position that will be the start position. So where will be the start pointer will be at. Then we will have tiles with no obstacle temporary, a temporary variable which will have the value of tiles without obstacles, which we have like 5. Then we will run a for loop till the tiles to pre-spawn. So basically it will run for 15 seconds, 15 tiles. Then we will have our spawn position keep decreasing according to tile prefab start location. So basically tile prefab will have its own start point and the camera will have its own start point. Then here we are basically saying till this tiles with no obstacle temp, which will have a value of 5, goes to 0, less than 0, it should deactivate all obstacles. Or else, let's say when it goes below 0, then it will activate the random obstacles. Then the spawn position will spawn tile at the end position, and then the endless loop will keep on going on, and it will be randomly activating a different obstacle each time. Then we will go to our update function. Basically, this will all happen only once. Then this update function will work. This will work once per frame. So basically, once this whole function works, then it will again reiterate this function as long as all the conditions are satisfied. So let's take our first one. It's saying if the game is not over and it started, then we will move the object upward in the world space by x unit per second. Basically, we will be increasing the speed of higher the score we get. So longer we run, the more our score will be. Then we have our camera, which will be running as fast as the platform is running. So basically it will create an illusion that the platform is still there, only the player is moving. But instead it will be the camera and the platform which will be moving, and the player will be on the same spot. Then we have game over. Now game is over, or the game is not started. It's an OR function. So basically there is two positions. Either the game is over or the game is not started yet. So basically we are at the post state. So in this, if get key down, key code space, it's an input statement. So basically it is saying that when we will press space, the game will start. So now when we will press space, what would happen? Let's say it's a game over situation. Then it will restart the game. So we are setting the scene to active scene again. So it will go back to the start point and it will just reload this scene. Else, if the game is not started yet, so that then we will game started will put it as true. Now it comes as our GUI mechanics. Let's say the game is over. So it will print the text in a red color and the label. The label is something is like a text box where the text will be stored. So we are giving this width to that label. Then we will be printing your game is over and you scored. And after that we will just print the score. Then in the next line we will just say that press space to restart the game. Now in case the game is not started, then we will again give the instruction in the red, and the label will have the same size as this, and it will say you can press space to start the game. Then we have GUI color as green. This will show our score at the topmost corner. Now let's go back to our game and run few more things. Now we will attach the sim platform script to the tile prefab object. So we will drag it and put it on tile prefab. So now if you will click tile prefab, we have something called obstacle here. So now we will go to tile prefab and click this button. So it will lock this screen. Now we will select each of them and we will drag it to the obstacle. So now it has all the obstacles. Now we need to construct two game objects for the start point and the end point, which will be placed at the start and at the end of the platform. So we will have an empty object as start P. We will place it here. And another object this game object will be named as and P. They are in the middle. Let's tag them as finish as well. I think by mistake I named it tile prefab. It's and P. Now all of them are assigned. So now we will assign the start point start P and endpoint it as np. Now we will save this tile prefab object into a prefab and remove it from the scene. So we will go to our prefab folder. We will drag this tile prefab and put it here, and we will delete this. Now we will create another game object and we will call it a simp ground generator. So we will create empty and we will name it simp ground gen. And to this I will attach the simp ground generator script. Then I will change the main camera location. So I will give it the position as 10, 1, -9, and the rotation as y as -55. Now we will create a new game object and we'll call it start point. So we'll create another game object. This time it will be known as start point. And we will give and we will change its position to 0, then -2, then -15. Now we will select the simp ground generator object, and in this we will assign main camera to this, then start point and the tile prefab. Put it here. Now let's press play and watch. Now let's play space. As you can see, it is giving us still some kind of issues from the platform. So what we will do is we will again get our platform and then do some changes. So we will just drag it here, we will delete it here. Now what could be the problem? So usually the problem is with either this AND object, it should be a little higher. So this will be a try and test kind of deal. Now we will go here, we will give it an N, then we will delete it. Let's play it again. It's slightly work just a little bit more. So we will close this again. We will put it here. We will take this. We will go endpoint and we will just slightly increase this. Then we will delete this. Stage and back. Put it here back. Delete from here. And then go to simp ground channel and put it back here. And let's play again. Now if you look at closely, it is completely smoother than before. Okay. Now our platform is created, our obstacles are created, and they are randomly activating as well. Now we will create our player object. This will be a simple sphere which has the ability to either jump or crouch. So let's create a game object and let's call it player object, and we will have sphere inside it. Let's call it player sphere. Now I want to increase the size of this sphere. Let's increase it by 1.1. That would be better. So it's not too small but not too big, so that even after crouching we have problem. Let's give it a color. So let's go to the materials. Let's create another material. We can have a blue matte. Blue here. And we'll move this sphere Now let's create a script. We will name it simp underscore player Let's check this code. Now here's the code. This boxed command basically says that we will be requiring a component rigid body for this sphere. We will give a gravity of 20F and a jump height of 2F. We will give rigid body an R variable and grounded as false. We will have a vector default scale and crouch as false. So in the start operation, we will be only running it once. So basically a rigid body is given to an object so that it follows the laws of gravity. Then in update, we will give the ability to the player like jump and crouch. In the first if statement, we are giving the key code W as input and grounded. So basically the grounded will work as when it jumps, it should always go down. And the R velocity will calculate the score for the time it stays in the air and goes back down. Then in the case of crouch, we will have S as a key code to crouch. Basically, when we will crouch, the sphere will puncture and slide through the gap, and when we will lose that button, it will again deform. Then we have fixed update. In this, it will always be working whether the update its start function that's working or its update function that's working. So basically we will be applying the gravity manually for more tuning control. Void on collision state. So basically if a collision occurs, then it will basically stop the ball. Now the float to calculate the jump vertical speed. Basically when we will jump, it will calculate the score for that period of time. And on collision enter will basically detect all the objects for which I have tagged them as finished. As soon as they catch that, it will finish the game and it will print game over. Now let's go back to our game. Now if you see the player object, it already has the rigid body because we specified that in this. Now let's add another component to the player object. Let's add we'll add a box collider. Now we'll put the sphere in front of the camera directly above the start point. So let's have two views. Let's make it a little simple and add a prefab back to our screen. Now that's a game screen. So our player object is here and we want it here. Let's reset the player object and sphere and have the player object. It should be here. Now this works. Let's see the game view. Yes, it's there on the first screen. Now let's delete the style fab. Now finally let's add a canvas. We'll have a UI add canvas. And in this canvas, we'll have a row image. Let's run it and see if it's at the right side. Yep, it's at the right side. Let's increase its size a little bit more. Now let's run it. Here we have our game. Let's place space. As you can see, we can go this. We have a simple problem with the placement of the object. So player object needs to be a little bit down. Let's run it again. We will jump. As you can see, our game is working flawlessly. We can do some minute changes to rectify a little bit of bugs with the obstacles. We can decrease its size. You can let your imagination run wild and you can create more obstacles like this.
And in this session, we will learn how to make a game in C++ of Tic Tac Toe. So this game, Tic Tac Toe, is actually a paper pencil game for 2 players, in which both the players one by one mark the cross and zeros in the spaces in a 3x3 grid. The player who succeeds in making a pair of 3 is declared as the winner. So in this session we will learn how to make this game in C++. But before we begin, make sure to subscribe to our channel and hit the bell icon to never miss an update. So first of all, we have to make the structure of Tic Tac Toe game. And the structure of Tic Tac Toe is like this. These are the empty spaces and we have to mark these empty spaces with crosses and zeros. And now these are column numbers and row numbers which will help us in adding alphabets to these empty spaces. So first of all, we have to create this structure. So let's go ahead to our Visual Studio Code. So first of all, let's name this game.cpp. We'll save it. So now let's start with hash include iostream. Now we'll write using namespace standard. Now before making the structure, we have to create an array, a multi-dimensional array, or we can say a 2-dimensional array. So we'll write int main, and inside int main, first of all we'll declare that array and initialize some elements. Alright, let's say the name of the array is space. 3 rows and 3 columns we want. Okay, so let's say the elements are 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 2. Okay, now the second row, the elements are 1, 0, 1, 1, 1, 2. In the third row, the elements are 2, 0, 2, 1, 2, 2. So these are the elements. I have added these elements because these are collectively the rows and column numbers of the spaces. As you can see, 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 2, 1, 0, 1, 1, 1, 2, 2, 0, 2, 1, 2, 2. So these are those elements I have added. These are actually the positions of the empty spaces. Now we will take the input of the number of players as their name. For example, enter the name of first player and enter the name of second player. So for that we have to create a string first of all. Let's say string n1 and string n2 because there are 2 players. Now we'll display a message that enter the name of the first player. Let's say enter the name. We missed writing E. Okay, enter the name of the first player. Okay. Let's add /n. Alright. Now let's take the input. We'll write get line cin, comma n1, which is the name of the string. Now we'll do same for the other one. Enter the name of the second player. Now again we'll write get line cin, comma and 2. Now, just in order to make it look good, we'll write n1, that is the name of the first string or the name of the first player, is player 1, so he or she will play first. Okay, now we'll write /n. Now we'll do same for the player 2. We'll simply copy this and paste it. And now alright, let's change this player 2 and we'll play second. Okay, now we have to make the structure of the Tic Tac Toe game. That is, this kind of a structure we have to make. So let's go ahead and create this. Okay, we have to create 2 straight lines, so we can do like this and make sure to write /n in the end. Now we can do same for the second line, because the 2 lines are pretty long enough, so we can copy and paste. It will save our time and we can do again. Now we have to create a horizontal line as well. For that, let's say cout, and we can create this horizontal line by using underscore. We'll give it a shot and we can do it like this so that it matches with the upper line. Alright, now we can write /n and we can do copy these 2 and we can again paste, and then this horizontal line we can copy. Basically we have to create a structure, so it is good if you can do it in a fast way or an easy way. Alright, but the 18 and 19 line seems to be extra, so yeah, we can remove that. So that, let's make it more symmetrical. Let's add some more underscores here as well. Make it like this. Alright, now it is looking pretty much symmetrical. Let's remove this line. Yeah, it is looking good now. Now all we need to do is to add the elements of the multi-dimensional array, that is space array, to these empty spaces. Like we have to add element on each and every empty space. So as we can see, this is the 0 0, that is 0th row and 0 column. This is 0th row and first column. This is 0th row and second column, and similarly all of these. So that is why we have created these kind of elements. So yeah, we can also change these elements. Let's create them 1, 2. Let's make it simple. 7, 8 and 9. So yeah, all we need to do is to add these elements to these empty spaces. Our main intent behind adding these elements to these empty spaces is whenever we click a particular element or digit, like let's say 2 or 3, then the mark of 0 or X should be placed at that particular position. So let's do it. And for that we have to do it like this. Write cout, and inside cout we'll write the name of the array with the position of it, of a particular element. So this is the position of the first element, that is 1, and after that we'll do it like this. Okay, so this is the vertical line, and then again we have to write the position for the second element, that is 0, 1. This element is 2, and once we have wrote this, then we can enclose it in the bracket. Alright, now the second vertical line, and we'll do same for the third one. Write space 0, 2, that is the third element, that is 3. Now let's enclose it in double quotes. Alright, yeah, /n semicolon. Yeah, let's fix it. Now it's fine. Now we have to do the same for the second row and the third row. So all we need to do is to copy this and we'll add over here and over here as well. Instead of writing this whole code, we can simply copy paste, and now all we need to do is to just change the row number and the column number. So as we can see, this is the first, this is the second, and this is the third element. So we'll do same for the other elements. So this is the fourth element. So this position is 1, 0, and this position is 1, 1. This position is 1, 2, and this is the second 0 position. This is 2, 1 position, and this is position 2, 2. That is the last position. So this is the thing. So we can check if it is looking good or not. I'm pretty sure that it is not fully ready yet, but yeah, we can check. So we'll save it by pressing Ctrl and S. Now we'll try to run this. So as we can see, enter the name of the first player. So let's say the name of the first player is Sam, and the name of second player is Mario. And yeah, so this is our output, but it is not looking good as its alignment is not good, which I was sure. So we have to make some changes. We have to adjust a bit. This was the vertical line and this was the second vertical line. So let's make some changes and let's see if it is looking good or not. Sam and Mario again. It is better than earlier, but as you can see, this one is not underneath this one. That is, the vertical line is not underneath the previous vertical line, and same for the 6th, same for the 9th. So we'll have to adjust this, and it's pretty easy, we can do that. Yeah, now let's save it again and let's hope it runs this time. Enter the first name, we have to enter. Let's add Mario first this time. Sam the second time. Yeah, it is looking good now. As you can see, it is symmetrical and positions are also filled. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. These are those elements. Now all we need to do is to make this structure as if a person, that is the player, will click a particular digit, that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 or 7, 8, 9. Then that mark, that is 0 or cross, will be added to that particular position. And also we haven't noticed that this Mario is player 1, Mario is player 2 is wrong. That is, we have to write N2 over here. So by mistake we have wrote N1, and we can add one space over here as well. So yeah, the rest is good. Now all we need to do is to create some functions. But before that, let's make it right. Yeah. Now let's make this all code inside a function. So let's remove this int main, we'll do that later. Let's create this code inside a function. Let's say the name of the function is function1. Okay. Alright, so this is our function, and let's create all these variables outside the function so that it can be global variables. And we also take this array, we'll copy it and paste it over here. Alright, and we can remove it from here. Yeah, so we have declared it globally, and we'll do the same for the variables, that is row, and another variable, that is column, because we know that in a two-dimensional array there must be rows and columns. So we'll write column. Alright, so these are the global variables. So now let's go ahead and create function 2. For that, let's say we'll write void function 2. Now inside this function we will check for any invalid value and we'll make sure that it is not there. But before that we will create a variable digit so that we can take the input from the user. So we'll write int digit, this is the variable. Now after that we'll write, so here we will write if the value of token, that is the variable that we will now create, is equal to x, then we will take the input from the first player and then we'll take the input from the second player. So before that we have to create a variable token. So we'll write here, this variable is of character type character token. We'll initialize it with cross or x. Alright, now here we will write if value of token equals cross, Then we'll write n1, that is the variable name. Enter, please enter. We'll write please enter. After that, we'll take the input, that is the variable digit. Now we will do same for player 2, that is n2. So we can copy this and we can paste it. All we need to change is we can make it 0 and make it n2, so it will display n2, that is player 2, please enter, and then the player 2 will enter the digit. Now we have to check these digits for each and every column and rows one by one, and also we have to make sure that there is not any invalid value. So for that we'll write if digit value is 1, that is the number entered by the player is 1, that is the first place or the first space, then it would be row equals 0 and column equals 0, that is the first place. Just to clarify, here we are talking about this position, that is 0th row and 0th column. After that we'll do it for 0th row and first column, then 0th row and second column, and similarly we'll do for all of these positions. Okay, now we have to repeat this code. We have to just change this digit value to 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 up to 9 because there are 9 spaces, and we have to change the rows and columns value. So instead of writing it again and again, we can just copy and paste it. We'll copy and now we'll paste, and we'll do it for 9 times 3. Alright, now all we need to do is to change these values. If the value of the digit is 2, that is entered by the user for the player, then the value will go to 0th row and first column. If the value is 3, then 0th row, second column or third column, because we are starting from 0, so that is why we are talking like this. Now if the value of digit is 4, then 0th row and then first row and 0th column. Then if the value is 5, then first row and first column. If the value is 6, first row and second column. If the value is 7, then second row, 0th column, that is right. If the value of digit is 8, we'll write 8, and the value would be row 0, row 2 and column 1. Here digit is 9, so row would be 2 and column would be 2. After that, in else we can write if the case is invalid, we will print invalid. Alright, we can write endl after that. Now this condition else means if the value entered by the player is any other value than the values at the empty spaces, that is from 1 to 9, then that case would be an invalid case. So that is why here we have written invalid. Now after that we have to write an if condition. So first of all I'll write the if condition because it's pretty long, and after that I'll explain it to you. So we'll start with if the value of token is cross and space array that is row, and here we'll write column not equal to x. That means if x is not there at a particular position, and similarly we'll write for the 0, we will write column we will write row. If I take particular position, there is no 0 as well, so that means that is a unused place. So inside this we'll write space row column x or cross token equals 0. Okay, so we have wrote this, and now I'll explain you this part. So here we are checking if there is any unused space which is left in the structure to fill. So what we are doing is, if the value of token is x, that means player 1 turn is there, and at a particular place there is not x and not 0 as well. So player 1's value x would be assigned there, as we can see in line 96. After that player 2 turn is there, so we have assigned the value 0 to the token, that is player 2's value. After this we have to use else if statement and do the same for player 2 as well. Alright. Now we'll write else if and we'll do the same. We can copy it and paste it over here. We need to do minor changes. We have to change it to 0, and this one would be same. This means if player 2 turn is there, then if the value is not x at a particular place and neither it is 0 at a particular place, then that particular place is empty or unused. So we will assign 0 at that place because now the turn is of player 2. Okay, we can copy paste it as well because the code is same. Here would be 0 and the token would be x or cross. After this we have to write the else block, and inside that block we have to call the function again so that we can play it again. So all we need to do is we will print there is no empty space Alright, we can use handle. We have to call this function. The name of the function is function2. We'll write function2. So now let's have a look at what we have done. So first of all, once the player enters the digit, the value will go to the suitable if condition. As you can see here, the player will enter the digit, then the value will go to this particular suitable if condition. Once the particular condition matches, then it goes to the below if condition, that is over here. Here it is checked whether the space is already filled or not. If it is filled, then we will get the message that there is no empty space. But if it is empty, then the player can fill the space with 0 or cross depending on the player. So now let's go ahead and create a function, and we'll name this function as function3, which is of Boolean type. Alright, here we have created this function of Boolean type because we have to return true and false only. In this function, we will set the condition for players to win and check whether the game is still going on or it is a draw. So let's start. First of all, we'll create a for loop which iterates from 0, that is int I equals 0, I less than 3 till 3 and I plus plus. Now inside the for loop, we will set the conditions for a player to win the match. So as we know that in the game of tic tac toe, if the pair of 3 matches, whether it is horizontal, vertical or diagonal, then that particular player wins the match. So here we will set the conditions for horizontal and vertical pairs, and after this we will set the condition for diagonal pairs. So let's start. So we'll write if array space I, we are making row a variable I0 equals space I1 space I1 and space I0 again equals to space I2. There's a mistake again. Alright, so this condition is for first row, as we can see. So in the condition we are checking if this element, that means the element at this position is equal to this position and the element at this position is equal to this position, then the particular player wins. And that's what we are doing in the condition. The loop starts from 0, so first 0 0 equal to 0 1, that is first and the second element, then first and the third element. So it is checking that whether these three elements are equal. So if they are equal, then it is true, and otherwise it is false. So here we have checked horizontally, and now we have to check vertically. So we'll write or, and we'll write space 0i 0 I equals space 1i. And space 0i again equals to space 2i. Here we are making rows fixed and column variable. So if these conditions are true, the player wins. So we'll return true. So now similarly we'll do for the diagonal elements. For diagonal elements we have to check diagonally, so we don't have to use the for loop. We'll write space 0 0 equals space 1 1 and space 1 1 equals space 2 2. Now here or space 0 2 equals space 1 1 and space 1 1 equals space 2 0. Okay, so if these diagonal conditions also met, then it is true, that is it's a win. Alright, okay, so after this, so these were the conditions for winning the game. So now we have to make the conditions to check whether the game is still going on or is it finished. So we'll do that. So we'll write for int I equals 0, I less than 3, because it is a 3 cross 3 matrix in I++. After that we'll write for int j or k, whatsoever you want, int j equals 0, j less than 3, j plus plus. Alright, now inside this, both of these for loop, we'll write the condition of if space I j not equal to the symbol that is cross, and it is also not equal to, it is I j also not equal to the other symbol that is 0, then we will return false. So here what we are doing is, in the if condition, one by one every position is being checked. We have written if the value at the position is not cross and is also not 0, then that means the game isn't finished yet, or it is still going on, because the game is played till every position is filled totally. So if any position is not filled, that means the game is still going on. That is why we have returned false. So we have used these conditions if the player wins the game. These were the conditions to check whether the game is still going on. Now only condition left is to check if the game is draw. So after this, if this condition is not met and this condition is not met and this condition is also not met, then there is only one possibility that the game is draw. So after this for loop, the control will go to outside the loop. So we have to create a variable, let's say tie, and make it true. So we also have to declare this variable, and the data type of this variable must be boolean. So we can write bool tie. Alright, now let's come back. Now after it is tie, we'll return false. Alright, Now we have created these three functions, that is function 3, function 2 and function 1. So now one by one we have to call each and every function starting from 1, 2 and 3. Systematically we'll do it. So write int main. Alright, int main. Inside int main, first of all, we have to call these three functions one by one. So how can we do it? So we'll write while, and inside the while loop we'll write the condition not function 3. Here it means this loop will keep on iterating till this function will return false, and this function, that is function 3, will keep on returning false until any player, that is player 1 or player 2, wins the game. So if the game is not won by any of the player, then again these functions will execute one by one. So this cycle will keep on repeating. So we'll write function 1 first of all, after that function 2, and then function 3. Alright, so after this while loop we'll write if condition, if token equals symbol x, tie is false. I'll explain this part. Now we'll write n1, that is the name of the player 1, and after that we'll write wins. Then we'll write endl. Similarly we'll do it for the player 2, but we have to write in else if token equals symbol 0 and tie is not there, that is the game is not tie, then player 2 wins, that is n2 wins. Now in the last there is else block. So this block, else block, will execute if the game is draw. So it's a draw. Alright. Yeah, we have done a mistake over here. If the token value is x, then n2 wins, that is player 2. If the token value is 0, then n1 wins. So yes, here if the value of tie is false, that is there is no tie between both the players, and the value of token is x, that means player 2 wins. Here the token equal to x, that is cross, means that the last turn was of player 2 and the game was not a tie and is ended. So it means the game is won by player 2 and vice versa for the player 1. And if both the conditions are not met, then it is a tie. So now let's try to run this. Let's save it first. Now let's try to run this. Hope it works. There are some errors. Let's have a look at them. Okay, so we haven't used the brackets, plus there are some more errors. So let's fix them all. function 2 and function 3. As you can see, there are no brackets. We forgot to mention the brackets here as well. And for the strings, we have to do like this. Alright, there are some more errors, so let's do some changes. And we also forgot to make it a character array. Let's make all the elements as character. And also we have to assign tie to something like, let's say, false. We have to initialize it, and let's see if there are some more errors. There must be some more errors. Let's save and run it. We forgot to save it. Now we'll run it. Okay, there are some more errors. We forgot to put bracket over here and call the function 1. And let's just copy and paste this whole enter the name thing into the main function. That's where it will look nice and it will minimize the errors. So we can copy this, or we can cut this and we can paste it in the main function. Alright, now let's save this and let's try to run. Alright, there are some more errors, I think. Single quotes. We have to make it double quotes. Alright, plus I think now let's try again. This is showing the error. Alright, this is 112. Alright, after this we have to make some changes in this if and else statements. So let's change this. So we'll write else if statement and we'll write the condition that if digit is less than 1 and or digit is greater than 9, then this message that is invalid should be displayed. Alright, now let's try to run this. Save it and run this. Function 1. Now our only error is function 1. So function 1, spelling is wrong. Let's correct it, save it, and now let's try to run this. Okay. Enter the name of the first player, let's say Sam. Enter the name of the second player, that's Ron. Here it is. So Sam, we forgot to mention the space, so that is why it is coming along. Sam, please enter. So let's say Sam wants to enter at third position. So here we can see at third position, this is the third position, and here it is the cross. Now Ron, please enter. We forgot to add the space, so that is why it is looking weird, but yeah. Now Ron will enter, let's say 1. As you can see, 0 is at place 1. Now Sam will enter 6. As you can see, Sam is going to make a pair. On the other side, Ron will now click on 5. Alright, now Sam again will click on 9 to make his pair. As we can see, Sam has made his pair and Sam wins. So this is the game of Tic Tac Toe, and I know the code is pretty long, but it is worth trying. And if you want to do it in a better way, then you must practice it for like 2 to 3 times. So this is how you can create a game of Tic Tac Toe in C++.
This time we're going to talk about our next very interesting feature that is known as called dealing with another example that is called snake game. So snake game is one of the very powerful example which I'm going to share with you, which will help you to understand like how we offer a very simplest way of developing a mini project. Okay, that is something which is a snake game. Let's see how the snake game is important and how we're going to deal with this. These are our previous examples which we have seen, which I will call a project which we have created, that is called quiz application. And now we're going to start working with our new project. Now here, first of all, I'm going to create a new folder that is called snake game. And inside this snake game, we need some new folders. First folder I'm going to create it inside this, that is called images. And within this snake games, I'm going to create few new files that is called index.html. And here I'm going to create a new file name called app.js. At the same time, I'll be having some of the CSS files if I need, so I can say app.css. So total number of 3 files I have it now. Let me close down all the files whichever I have opened it earlier. So now that looks cleaner approach. So this is a snake game for us from where we need to start, and we have a index.html file, and here I will as usual create our basic HTML syntax, and here I would like to include our script tag, script src equal to app.js. That's it. And now going forward, we will start developing our next implementation of snake game. Now inside my body tag, I would like to have some basic property called speed. Okay, and later on I'll be taking the input from the client, so we are saying input type equal to. So here we can justify the speed, and we can give id equal to game speed, and followed by value equal to, we can give the value called 5 initial value, and min equal to 1, that is the minimum value, and max equal to 9. That is the maximum and minimum value we can offer. Beyond that, I won't allow the users to go. And step, that means the increment value, that is 1. Well, that is the input type. And now another input, we are taking input type equal to button, and value equal to start, and then id equal to game start. Okay, so we're giving these values. After that, I can give some breaks. So 2 breaks we are giving it, and start working with the div tag now. And in this div tag, I'll be using the canvas. It is a HTML5 feature. We use canvas, and I just give id equal to game area. That is a canvas, and after this canvas, we will, that div tag is closed here. After the div tag, I can use another div tag, div. Here I can say class equal to, I may not have any class written, but I can say class equal to relative. So later on, if I want to apply any CSS style, I can certainly apply. And after that, I can offer the images. Okay, so I may not have any images right now, so I just leave this image blank right now. Okay, and this script src, I'll load it only before my body tag get closed. It is always a good practice to keeping this script tag on the bottom of the body tag, always designed for good practice. Now this is almost ready for me. Let me check. Okay, so I can see values. Now it will go maximum 9, that is how we have given, and minimum is 1. Start is the button which is not doing anything, but later on we can allow some logic inside this. Now we have to start working with our main JavaScript tag. This is my app.js, and here onwards we will use some of the properties, okay, which I want to initialize it. So we are saying var game start equal to null, initialized. Second, game speed equal to null. Next, game area equal to null. Game area context equal to null. Then game area width equal to 0, that is integer value. Game area height equal to 0 again. Then cell width equal to 0. Play score equal to 0 again. Next, snake equal to null. Next, snake food equal to null. Next, snake direction equal to null. Snake speed, or else I can say speed size equal to 0. Next we have a timer equal to null. So these number of properties we have initialized. Okay, now after that we will be writing a function by saying function name is called initialize. Okay, and here in initialized we would like to use some of the properties. First we are saying game start equal to document dot get element by id. Here I can give the value called hash game start. Let me put it in double quotes, game start. Now game speed. Now these are all basically the values are there. Game start, game speed, these all values we have to take it. Okay, so we will be seeing these values one by one. So let me say the another one, that is called game speed. Game speed equal to again document dot get element by id. Now we are passing the game speed, game speed. Now here once again I take another point, game area. I say game area. Here you have to give the value called game area. Okay, so these values we have taken. Now we'll be talking about called game area context. Game area context equal to game area dot get context, and in this game context we will be using what type of context? We are saying 2D. Okay, because I want to have the kind of 2D, so this is how the kind of environment we want to set. Next we talk about game area width equal to, just initialize to 400. Next game area height equal to 600. Now cell width we are initializing with 20. Next game area dot width. Okay, so game area dot width equal to game area width, and then we define game area dot height dot equal to game area height. So these are the values we are initializing this. Okay, now after that we have to start writing the logic. Here I'm saying game start dot, now we have to line which event you would like to take. So I will say on click. So when I basically click, what should happen? So on click equal to function. So what you want to write it here? I'm saying this dot disabled equal to true. So I want to disable these values, and after that we want to call another function inside this. But which function? Let's do that. So here we are saying function start game, and here in start game we want to define the initial score. See, the initial score for the player will be certainly 0, so we say player score equal to 0. After that, direction, in which direction you want the snake to move. So we are saying snake direction equal to right, in the right direction. Then speed size, the variable which we have defined, so speed size equal to, because it will be accepting the value from the text boxes or from the drop down, so it certainly will be string type, so we have to use %. So we are using this option called %, and here we are using game speed dot value. Okay, so we are using this value game speed dot value. Now here we would like to calculate certain things. What those are? First we are saying if, okay, what if condition. See, this function we are writing called start game, because there are certain things which you need to make it, so like that we have to define it. So function initialize we have started, okay, and then after that we have written on click within this. So this is what the on click we had, and there onwards we have to finish this point. And after that we've started start game, and now we'll be writing the logic for this. So here we are saying if we're saying speed size, we're saying if is speed size greater than 9, in case if it is, the value uses hard coded it, then we would like to write a logic here. And what this logic would be, if says if it is greater than 9, we say speed size equal to 9. We basically initialize to what? 9. Here we say else if speed size is 0, we say speed size, speed size equal to 1. That means if it is less than 0, I will be making it minimum to 1. If it is greater than 9, I will be making it to 9 maximum. And that's it. Okay. So after this else if condition is getting closed, we are saying speed size equal to 1. So here we just say snake equal to array. So that is my array for me. And after that we are saying snake dot push, because it needs to move ahead, and here we'll be pushing it towards by saying x position 0, and then the y, and here the y value will be what? Cell width. That means how far it can go. So it will go within the width of this application. Okay, so that's how exactly we would like to make it. Okay, so here we have a call cell width, which we have given here. After that, what we have to do is we have to define our own function called clear interval, and this clear interval perform any logic whichever I would like to make it. Okay, so here after that snake.push value has been given. Here I will be creating one more function here that's known as called create food. Okay, so here we're saying create food. So create food will be the function for me. Now you might be thinking where this function is, but this function will be declared soon within your application. But here first we are saying the function called clear interval with a timer. Okay, whatever the timer will be passing it, and after that this clear interval will be saying timer equal to set interval. With this we are saying create game area, create. Now here in our application, whatever the value we are giving it, that we need to basically implement. So here we are giving this called create food is a function we are calling. After that we are calling this clear interval. Clear interval will be just like in a typical function which is there. After that we are using this option called create game area. So this will be available to me on which the value will be taken that. Okay, and then we will be telling you how you can call this function create food and how to create it first. Well, so we are talking about a functionality called create game interval. So this create game timer is the one which we have to create it by our own. So this function which we are passing it after the saying set interval, this function is not yet there. So we have to basically go back and create this function within my application. Fine. So what we will do is just particular one, we will try to comment it for a time being. Okay, so here we have a call what? Create interval. In this create interval, we'll be passing any parameters which we are passed as a timer here, and here we are calling this called create food. So here after that we'll be calling this function called create food. So let's go and say function create food, and this function create food, let's go and write the logic here. And what logic we want to write it in a create food? We say snake food equal to, and here in our curly braces we use two direction x and y. we say in X, we say math dot round, and inside this we say math dot random. After this math dot random function, we have to just take this calculation and check the another parameter called game area width, minus cell width, the one which you are passing it. And here after that we'll be performing the calculation by saying cell width. Okay, so this is for our X coordinate. Similar way we would like to use for my Y coordinate also. Now math dot round dot number, game area height, but here rather than using width we'll be using height, minus cell width, let me give some space, divided by cell width. Okay, so that's where exactly it got closed. Okay, now here our application is now ready by calling the function called create food. Like that we'll be going to create another function called create game area. Let me go and create all the functions first. So we are saying function create game area, create game area. There's another function for me. After this create game area, there will be another function I'm going to create it, that is called control. Function control. Okay, after that we're going to write one more function called function write score. There's another function available for us, control, we have a called write score. There's another function which you're going to write it down here, that is called function write score is done. Now we say create square. Create square. There's another function, and finally we'll have a call change direction. Function change direction. So that's it. So these many functions we wanted to create it here in our system. Well, we know it very well that we have taken this called create food. Create food function is already ready now. Now we're going to talk about our next function called create game area. And in this create game area, we are defining two locations, var x direction and y direction. So we say snake x equal to snake, the position we are taking is called 0, and we are saying dot x. For the x direction, we are saying var snake y equal to snake, position we are taking once again 0, and dot y. So two directions we have taken, x direction and y direction. Now here we are starting game area context dot fill style, that you know it very well, it is a property. Fill style equal to which color you want to fill this up. So I'm saying hash white color. Okay, and then we are using this game area context again dot fill react. Now give the position values. I'm saying 0, 0, game area width, game area height. So we are basically filling the values. With color we want to use it called stroke style. Let me take this game area context again dot stroke style equal to, now we give the another color here by saying hash. Okay, and then the next option called same game area context dot stroke react stroke react, and here we pass the values again 0, 0, game area width, game area height. So we're passing those values like that. And now after this we have to write a logic of the directions. Now see, when you talk about snake game, it moves left, right and center, up and down. So now in this case we have to increment the situations accordingly. So we say if the snake direction equal to right, then we say snake x plus plus. Now else if same, let's copy this, snake direction left, then what should happen? Here we say snake x minus. Okay, so we're taking like that. Let me copy this again. Now here we're taking about left, right, we say down. So in this case we say snake y plus plus, and in this case if it is up, then we say snake y minus. So these conditions we are taking it now. Now here after this else if condition, we would like to take another if condition. Now here in my if condition we are using some more lengthy statements. What's that? We say if snake x minus 1 or snake x double equal to game area width, which we have taken, divided by cell width, okay, or we are taking this condition called snake y double equal to minus 1. Okay, so we're giving this call minus 1, or snake y equal to game area height to cell width, or here we will take another condition here. Yeah, we will take another condition here called, we will have another function called control, which we have created it some time back, and inside this control it will take some parameters. So what those parameters we can pass? Here we can say snake x comma snake y comma third parameter will be snake. So this would be my another function. Okay, so here we are passing the conditions just like that. Okay, now here this is available to me as a parenthesis, and here we are writing the situation for right score, which is so far the function is only created, not described more. So we are writing the right score. The score will be written here, and here we are saying clear interval because the timer will be stopped. Okay, and we are saying game start dot disabled equal to false, and after that return. That's it. So this is the logic for we have written to this particular example. Now we can use another if more conditions here just to check the behavior of my code.
If getting your learning started is half the battle, what if you could do that for free? Visit SkillUp by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
Well, here we have finished till this game start.disable equal to false, and we returned. Now, going forward after this return, we would like to have another condition for the snake x. So we say if snake x double equal to snake food dot x. Okay, snake food dot x ampersand snake y double equal to snake food dot y. Then in this case I will say var new head var new head equal to here x colon snake x y colon snake y. Snake x and y colon snake y. These options we are taking it. Now after that we are using this option called player score plus equal to speed size, and then we are calling create food method again, and here after that we are using the else condition, and in this else condition we are saying var new head equal to snake dot pop. Okay, and we are saying new head dot x equal to snake x and new head dot y equal to snake y. So these values are basically associating with your heads, and after that we are saying snake dot unshift snake dot unshift, and here we are passing this option called new head. That's it. And after that we'll be starting with our for loop by saying for var equal to var I equal to 0, then I is less than snake dot length and snake dot length, and once I plus plus. Okay, later on we just use the option called create square, and in this create square we are passing snake position I dot x comma same snake dot y. That's it. So it's getting closed here, and after that we are calling the same option with this snake food. Let me copy this again, and here rather than using this we can say snake food dot x and snake food dot y. Okay, so now this values has been added into my code. Now we start working with your control. Control needs to take 3 parameters, x, y and the array. So we are passing this option called control and in this control we are taking x comma y comma array. 3 parameters we are taking it. Later on we are using this option called for var I equal to 0, I is less than array dot length and I plus plus, and after that we'll be using this option called if condition, and here we say array I, which value we are passing, dot x double equal to x ampersand. Here we say array with a position called I, and in this we are saying dot y, and this position we are checking for the y condition. So it returns what? True. Return true. The condition. Okay, that is for if condition. Else return what? False. Now that's it. Now we are talking about this option name called write score. This write score we have to use the game area context. Game area context dot font equal to, here we'll be passing the situation. We are saying 50 pixels, and then sans hyphen serif. After that we are using call game area context again. Let me copy this, take it again, call game area context dot fill style equal to, here I'll be using the another color now. So we say hash okay. Now after that we are saying once again the game area context dot fill text. Here we are saying score colon, and here we say plus player score, whatever it is, with game area width /2 minus 100, and then again game area width /2. So this is where exactly the write score where the data will be actually written. Okay, next we'll be having this option called create square, and this create square, it takes 2 parameters. One we're talking about called x, second is taking y, and now here we're using this game area context, same dot fill style equal to, let me give the color. After this we're using call same area and text, game area text dot fill react. Here we are saying x multiply by cell width comma y multiply by cell width comma cell width comma cell width. This is what my create square is. Now we are left with only one option, that is known as called change direction. It's time to figure out this last function called change direction, which takes one parameter called e. Typically we talk about for parameters. Now here we are passing this option called var keys equal to e dot, and later on we want to say if keys equal to 40, okay, ampersand is snake direction equal to up. Okay, so here we say snake direction equal to down. So we are changing the directions here. Okay, now let me try to copy this, and here we use else if. Four times. Okay, so here we talk this 30, 40, and here we say 39, and followed by 38, followed by 37. 39, 38, 37, and here we say up. Let's change to what? Left, down, right. Here we say right, up, left. So three options we have changed, and last but not least here I will just use window dot on key down equal to change directions, and window dot on load, okay, equal to initialize. That's how exactly we want to use now. And this function what we have defined in initialize. Okay, so in this initialize we are having this game start dot on click and all, so we have a call start game now. So this start game will be calling it here. Okay, so in start we have a call snake, we have a call snake dot push, and after that we are calling this function called what? Create food, clear interval, and here we say timer equal to here set clear interval, and here change game area slash speed size. That's how we want to use it. Okay everyone, so our code is almost ready. So we have this complete JavaScript code ready with me. Now it's time to basically use within my HTML just to check how it may behave. So in my HTML page I have written this normal speed, number, game speed, value, button, start, we have a call game start. After that we have a call canvas where we written id equal to call game area, dev class equal to relative, and that's it. And here we have a call script src equal to app.js. So that's it what we have written now. Finally we would like to see how it may look if I try to use in my browser. Let me try to refresh. Okay, I really do not see any changes in my code. Okay, despite I'm having this, because the CSS content is actually missing. Okay, because there only my code will really look better, because if there is no CSS it won't really make good towards my application. Okay, and I also want to have certain images, but those images we will take it later on. Let me go back and try to bring CSS into this picture now. So first of all, have this index.html file with me, and here I want to use CSS. So inside my head tag we want to use link rel equal to style sheet, okay, href equal to app dot css. Okay, now here in my CSS we want to offer certain details. What those details I want to start working with? I will start with my body part. Body. So we want to offer the font family. So font family, maybe a little bit later on I can use it. First I want to use margin. Margin 20 pixels. Auto. Later text align, center. Next, font size 150 pixels, also 150%. And here we want to say background image. Since I do not have any image, so I will just leave it as a blank. Okay, so just otherwise I have to say URL, and inside this URL give some values, but I leave it as a blank because I do not have any image. I will say background color. In this background color I can just use white. After that, height I can just say 800 pixels. After that, background position I want to use center. Then background repeat I want no repeat. Then background size, cover. Okay, let's see if there is an effect in my. Okay, I see it's now in the middle. Better. Now inputs, canvas, we have to basically take that. Here we talk about called input. Okay, in this input I say font size. Font size may be optional, I can make it, but let me say font size 100%. Then text align, center. Then padding, I want to say 5 pixels and 7 pixels. Okay, looks better now. Well, here after that I can use canvas. In this canvas I want to say the background color. I just say white. After that, border radius I can say 20 pixels. Then shadow, if I want to use it, so I just say box shadow. I can say 3 pixels, 5 pixels and 6 pixels, and the color is black. Let's check. Awesome. So I can see here the logic is there. So shadow, you can easily see how it has been using, and that's it. And this div, I can say div dot relative position absolute top. Here I'm saying using 760 pixels. Left 120 pixels. That's it. So this is where exactly I program. Now when I say start, okay, so there may be some error here. They say cannot set a property of call on click null. So this we can just check this into this game start dot on click. Let's check. Anyways, we just try to fix that issue in while. But anyways, we have our created CSS, and now going forward we'll be implementing rest of the logic within my code. Okay everyone, so we have changed some names here because there was some value was mismatched, so we have basically changed those values with your properties. And now when I try to relaunch my application by this index.html file, So now in my index.html file, when I try to add, so it's just as usual, same. Let me say start, and here you can see game start. When I go up, you see like it's starting right now. Okay, isn't this an amazing game right now, friends? Okay, that is the same game what you used to play it earlier. Okay, but you can just change the direction, go up, and you can see the score title being placed here. That's it. So this is where exactly the look and feel of your game has been taken, and you can just increase the speed. Suppose if you just put a value called what 0, it by default set whatever value you want to take it with a start. Now you can see based on that the speed can be justified and the example can be developed. Okay, you can see the start button is disabled because right now the user is still going on. Unless the user game is finished, this one is not going to work. Fine. So like that you can see, and automatically this will be positioned. There is one called food. That is how we have used it in my example now called app.js. You can see we are using this example name called food. Create food. So in create food of the specific interval time, this will be automatically created, and the snake will eat and increase the size of the code. Okay, that's it. And now the CSS has been given. If you want to add certain image, certainly you can add it. Otherwise, this is the first game which we can see how it is running and giving you the better example.
Before we move on to the programming part, let's discuss what a Wordle game is. The Wordle is a popular 5-letter word guessing game that has become popular in the last couple of months. The game was actually designed by a software engineer as a gift for his partner, but with time the game gained popularity, and now everyone on social media is talking about this game only. The rules for this game are simple. The game tells you if the letters you picked are in the word and if they are in the right place as well. If the letter is in the right spot, it shows up green, and the correct letter in the wrong spot shows up yellow. A letter that isn't present in the word at all shows up gray in color. So let's go through the game once and you guys will understand it much better. Here we are in the browser. You can see we have blocks over here and a keyboard present beneath them. We have 6 rows over here and each row contains 5 columns for each letter of the word. The task is simple. We have only one correct word. If we write something on the first row, the system will check for all the letters. If a letter is present at the correct place, then the color of that particular letter will change to green. For example, if we write here river and press enter key, you can see all the words or all the letters of this word change to green. This means that none of these letters are present in the word. So let's try another word. We'll write here apple. Press the enter key and you can see A is correct but present at the wrong spot. Let's try some more now. We'll write here, let's say Tokyo. Fine. Click on enter and you can see O is also correct and the last word is O. Now we have 2 letters of the word. We have A and O. O is present at the last and A is present in the word. So let's think of any word which is like this. The word coming in my mind right now is, let's try mango over here. So we'll write here mango. Click on enter and you can see mango is the correct word for this Wordle game. Fine. We can get any random word from the word list we have in a JavaScript part. So we'll discuss about it later on. So I hope you guys got what this game is. So let's move again to the programming part now. So here we are in the HTML part. Now the task is to create this whole game again from scratch. So here we are in the VS Code and we'll start writing the code for the same. Now we'll create the layout of this web page using HTML first. So let's say what we are doing here is we are writing here inside the body. We are writing here h1. Let's say the ID is h1 title. Fine, title is the ID for this. And now what we'll do is we'll use an underline tag. So we'll write something over here. We'll write here Wordle using JavaScript. Fine, save the program and this is our actual program. Save it now, open it with live server once again. And you can see we have this heading over here which says Wordle using JavaScript, which is underlined as well. Now let's write the code again. So what we are going to do here is we are going to use a break tag. Now the next thing we are going to do is we are going to take a div. So this div is going to be for the board. So we are going to create the board of this game later on in the CSS part. We'll keep this div empty here. Now the next thing we have to do here is we have to use another break tag, and then we have to print the answer as well, right? So we'll write here br. Now we'll write here h1. So inside h1 the id is going to be, let's say, answer, and then inside this h1 we'll keep this empty. Fine, we are done with the HTML part. We'll manage the rest in the CSS and the JavaScript parts as well. So let's move on to the CSS part now. But before that, let's save this program, and you can see nothing is changing over here in the browser. So let's move on to the CSS part now. Here we are in the CSS file. What we'll do is we'll write here body. Now we'll first style the body tag of a whole web page. So we'll write here font family. So font family is going to be Gill Sans, and then we'll write here Gill Sans MS MT, sorry, and then we'll write here Calibri, and then we have this over here. So we'll write here Trebuchet MS, and then we have sans serif over here. So here we are done with this, and it's showing some error over here. So what we have to do is we have to put this inside single inverted commas as well. Now let's zoom out the VS Code, and here you can see something is wrong over here. So the wrong thing is we have to put this sans serif inside single inverted commas and Calibri like this. So we are done with the font family. Next thing we are going to do here is we are going to write a text align at the center. Then we have background color. So what we are going to do is we are going to use the linear gradient over here. So we'll write here linear gradient. Now inside this we have to pass the degree or the angle, we can say. So we'll write here degree as 120. Then we have specific colors. So we'll write here 33B7CE. Fine. So this is one of those colors. Then we'll write here 50%, and then we have another color. So we'll write here hash 218ED6. So we'll write here 218ED6, and this is a second color. We'll write here 50% again. Now save the program, move back to the browser, and we'll see if this is working fine. So this is working fine as of now. We'll check back at it later. Now the next thing we have to do here is we have to style the HR tag as well. So we'll write here width as 500 pixels for this HR tag. Save the program, move back to the browser, and you can see nothing has changed over here. So the next thing we have to mention over here is the title tag. So we have the ID as title for our title. So we'll write a title. Now inside this we'll write the font size. Font size is going to be 36 pixel for the title. Then we have font weight. So we'll write your font weight as bold. Then we have letter spacing. So we'll write here letter spacing as 2 pixels for this. Save the program, move back to the browser, and you can see we have this heading over here which says Wordle using JavaScript, and that's it. So the next thing we are going to do here is we are going to write the code for board. So we'll write here hash board, and we'll write here width of this board is going to be 350 pixels. So we'll write here 350. Then we have the height as well. So we'll write here the height as 420 pixels. And then we have margin. So we'll write here margin. Margin is going to be 0 and auto. Then we have margin top. So we'll write here margin top. Okay, so we have to write a margin top, and margin top is going to be 3 pixels. So we'll write here 3 pixels. Then we have the display as flex, and then lastly we have the flex wrap. So we'll write here flex wrap as wrap. Now save the program, and here you can see some things are changed over here. Now let's style other things as well. So the next thing we have to change here is the tile. So tile is a class over here. We'll go back to HTML and you can see we have no class named tile over here. So we'll define this class later on in the JavaScript part. So we'll write here tile. Now inside here what we'll do is we'll style the box first. So we'll put a comment over here as box, then we'll write here border. Border is going to be 2 pixels solid, and the RGB value of the border color is 19. Then for green we have 18, and for blue we have 18. Fine. So this is the border color. Then we have width. So width is going to be 60 pixels, and then we have height as well. So we'll write here height. Height is going to be 60 pixels again. Then we have margin. So we'll write here margin. Margin is going to be 2.5 pixels, let's say. Now we'll style the text as well. So we'll mention it over here. We'll comment text over here. Now we'll define the color. So the color for text is going to be black. Then we have the font size. Font size is going to be 36 pixels. And after font size, we have the font weight. So we'll write here font weight. Font weight is going to be bold. Then we have display. So we'll write here display as flex. And then we have justify content at the center. And finally, we have align items at the center. So we'll write here align items at center. So here we are done with the styling of the body, title and board. Now we are left with the keyboard, the colors for correct, absent and present letters. So we'll write the code for it later on. For now, let's move ahead to the JavaScript part. But before that, let's save this program once and we'll check. So here you can see nothing is changed as of now. So let's refresh it once and we'll see if something is wrong or not. So here you can see nothing is wrong, everything is working totally fine. Let's go back to the JavaScript part and we'll go through the logic behind this whole game now. So here we are in the JavaScript part. We'll start writing the code over here. So here you can see we have the keyboard already with us. So this is going to be our keyboard. Now the next thing we are going to do here is we are going to take a variable as height. So the value of height is going to be 6 initially. So this is basically the number of guesses we have in our program. So basically we have 6 number of guesses. That's why we are taking the variable height as 6. Then we have the variable width. So width of each word is going to be 5 letters. So the width is going to be 5. Then we have a variable as row, and the initial value of row is going to be 0. That's because of the current guesses, or we can say the current attempt. Then we have a variable call. So we'll use 0 for this variable as well. So this is the current letter for that attempt. Now we'll take another variable over here. We'll take a variable game over, and the initial value of this variable is going to be false. Fine. The game over variable is for game over. If the game is over, then the value will change to true. Here we have taken the height variable as 6 and the word's width is 5 letters. The current row will be 0 and the call variable is also set to 0. The game over variable is initially set to false. That's it, right? So let's move ahead and we'll create 2 lists now. The first one is going to be a list of words and the second one will be a list of guessed words. So if the user enters a word, then the guessed word list will be checked if the word is present in the list or not. If the entered word is not present in the list, then the system will return that the word is not present. So what we'll do is we'll write here where word list. So we'll write here where word list is equals to, we are going to take a list of words. So let's say we have some words over here. We'll write here apple, and then we have mango. So there are basically a lot of words present inside this list, maybe more than 1000, 2000 or 3000 words. So for now, it's just a prototype of this whole Wordle game. So we are going to take 4 or 5 different types of words. That's it. The next word we have is river. Then we have hyped, so we'll write here hyped. And then we have Tokyo, so we'll write here Tokyo. Let's say we'll take another word over here, so let's say we have title over here, and we have Ouija. Fine. So we have to write here hyped with a small h, and that's it. This is our word list. Now we are going to create another list. This time we are going to create the guess list, which will contain all the words that can be guessed by the user. So inside the guess list, we'll write here apple, then mango, then we have river, hyped. So we are basically going to take all these words and we are going to paste them over here. Now let's use some more words. So let's say we are using here carbo, then we have, let's say, another word over here, proxy. Fine, so we have these words in the guess list as well. Now the next thing we have to do is the guess list will also contain the words from the word list, right? So what we'll do here is we'll write here guess list, and guess list is going to be guess list dot concat. So what we are doing here is we are basically performing concatenation. So we'll write here word list inside this, and that's it. Now it's time to pick up a random word from the word list we have. For that we'll use traditional math.random method. So for that what we'll do is we'll write here where word, and we are going to take this variable and we'll write here word list. Then inside this what we are going to do is we are going to write here math.floor. Then we have math.random. So this is a method, basically method.random. So we have to put parenthesis over here. Then we'll write here asterisk word list dot length. So we'll write here word list dot length. And finally what we are going to do is we are going to change the word to uppercase. So that's why we are writing here to uppercase over here. So this is also a method. Now that's it. Let's print this word, and what we'll do is we'll write a console.log. We are going to print this word on a console. Fine. So here we are done with the task of picking up a random word from the list of words. Now the next thing we have to do is to work upon the body of this game and then on the screen keyboard. Now the next thing we have to do is to work upon the body of this game and the on-screen keyboard we have on our web page. But before that, let's save this program once. Move back to the browser, open console, and here you can see again on refreshing the web page, the word is changing over here. It's taking a random word from the word list. You can see on refreshing we have river as of now. I'm not sure if you guys are able to see it, so let me zoom it out a bit. Now I've refreshed this page and you can see the word is changing over here. We have a list of words and a random word will be picked at once. So here you can see it. Now it's working totally fine. So let's move on, and now we'll write the code for the body and the on-screen keyboard. So we'll write here window dot onload. So we'll write here window dot onload, and on loading we are going to create a function. Fine. So we are going to initialize. So we are going to write here initialize, and we are going to call this initialize function. Fine. Now the next thing we have to do is we have to create this function. So we'll write here function initialize. Now what we have to do is we have to create the game board now. So for that we are going to use the for loop. We are going to write here for let r is equals to 0. So the initial value of r is going to be 0. R is less than height. So this is the condition, and we are going to write here r plus plus. Fine. Now inside the body of this for loop we have to take another for loop. We have to take the for loop for column as well. So we are going to write here for, let's say we have a variable c and the initial value is set to 0 and the condition is going to be c less than the width. So we'll write here c less than width, and then we'll write here c plus plus. Fine. Now we have to write here again this curly braces, because we are going to write inside this for loop now. So we'll write here let tile. So tile is a class we have in a CSS file. So we have used tile over here. We'll write here document dot create element. So we are going to use document dot create element over here, and then we are going to write here span. Fine. Now the next thing we have to write here is the tile ID. So we'll write here tile dot ID is equals to r dot toString. Fine. So we have to write here r dot toString is a method. So then we have to write here plus. Now inside double inverted commas we have to put a dash over here. Then we have to write here plus, and we have to add the C value over here. So first we'll convert the value of C to string, and then we'll add it over here. So we'll write here plus C dot toString. So we'll write here C dot toString. We are going to call this method again, and that's it. Fine. The next thing we have here is tile dot class list. Then what we'll do is we'll write over here add, and we are going to add the tile class over here. So we are going to write here tile, and the next thing we have to do is tile dot inner text. So we have to write here inner text, and we have to give the value as null over here. Fine. The next thing we have to do is we have to write here document dot get element by ID. Then we have to get the element of, basically we have to get the value of board. So what we are going to do is we are going to pass here board, and we are going to pass append child over here. So we'll write here append child, and we are going to append the values of board and tile. So we'll write here tile. Fine. That's it. Save the program, move back to the browser, and you can see we have this board over here. So you can see the board over here. We are able to see it. So we have 5 columns. You can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6 rows over here. Fine. So it is working totally fine till now. Now let's create the keyboard as well. So we have to write here after this for loop. So what we are going to do is we are going to create a keyboard. So let's write a comment over here. We'll write here keyboard, and we'll start writing the code over here. So we are going to take a variable over here. So let's say the variable name is keyboard, and now what we have to do is we have to write the values present inside the keyboard. We already have those values over here, so we'll copy these from here, and we are going to paste them over here. Fine. So let's do one thing. Let's write it this way. So we have the keyboard over here. We have all the keys of the keyboard. You can see we have Q, W, E, R, T, Y, U, I, O, P. Then we have the next line, and finally we have the enter key, Z, X, C, V, B, N, M, and backspace. Fine. So this is a symbol for backspace. Basically, you can download it from Google as well. Now the next thing we have to do is we have to define here a for loop. We'll write here for. We are going to take a keyword, let I is equals to 0. Then we have I less than keyboard dot length, and then we have I plus plus over here. Fine. So now inside this for loop, what we are going to do is we are going to take a variable. So we'll write here where current row. So we'll write here where current row is equals to keyboard, and what we are going to do is we are going to pass here I inside this. Then we have let keyboard row is equals to, then we'll write here document dot create element. So we'll write here document dot create element, and we are going to create a div tag over here. Fine. So we'll write here div, then we'll write here keyboard row dot class list dot add. We are going to add the keyboard row class over here. So we'll define this class later in the CSS file. Keep this thing in mind. We'll write here keyboard row. So we'll write here keyboard and then we'll write here hyphen. Fine. So this is going to be a class. We are going to define it later in the CSS part. I keep mentioning it again and again so that you guys will remember what we have to do later on. So we'll take another for loop over here. Let's say we have a variable named as j. We'll write here let's j is equals to 0, j less than current row dot length, and we'll pass j plus plus over here. Fine. Now we'll write inside the body of this for loop again. So we'll write here let key tile. So we'll write here let key tile is another variable we have taken over here. So we are going to write here document dot create element, and then we'll create a div tag over here. So we'll write here div, and then we'll write here let key. So key is another variable over here. So we'll write here current row and we'll pass j inside it. So we'll write here key tile dot inner text. So we'll write here key tile dot inner text is equals to, and we are going to pass the value of key over here. Fine. Then after this we'll use the if else statement. So we'll write here if key is equals to enter. So what will happen is the key tile ID will change to enter. So what we are going to do is we are going to write here inside this key tile dot ID is equals to enter, and we have to use the else if statement as well for other keys. So we'll write here else if key is equals to backspace. So we have a symbol for backspace here. So we'll copy it from here, we'll paste the symbol over here, and now inside the body of this else if statement we'll write key tile dot ID is equals to backspace. Fine. So the ID is going to be backspace. Then we have another else if. So we'll write here else if, we'll write here a, and we'll put less than equals to sign, and we'll write here key. We'll pass another condition. So we'll write here key is less than equals to z. And what will happen is the key tile ID is going to be key plus key. Fine. And that's it. We are going to add an event listener over here to process the key. So after this, what will happen is we'll put a semicolon over here first, and after the body of this else if tag, what we have to do is we have to write here key tile dot add event listener. So we have to add an event over here. We'll write here click comma process key. Fine. So this is going to be the event, and now we have to write some more code over here. So we'll write here if, and we'll write here key is equals to enter again. Then what will happen is key tile, the key tile dot class list. So we are going to add a class over here. So we'll write here add, and we are going to name the class as, let's say, enter key tile. Fine. So we'll create this class later on in the CSS part again. Then we'll write here else, and we are going to write here key tile dot class list dot add, and let's say we have the class name is key tile. Fine. That's it. Then after this we have to write here keyboard row dot append child. So we have to write here keyboard row dot append child. Now we are going to append the key tile class over here. So we'll write here key tile. And after this we have to write here document dot body dot append child, and we have to write here keyboard. Fine. So that's it. Now we'll do this letters entering task from the system keyboard as well. That's basically the keyboard we have in our system. So for that, what we are going to do is we are going to write here document dot add event listener. So we are going to add an event. Then we'll write here key up. Key up is going to be the event. Then we'll write here E inside this, and we'll create an arrow function over here. So this is going to be an anonymous arrow function. Now inside the body of this function, what we'll do is we'll write here process input, and we are going to pass E over here. Fine. So this is basically the keyboard part we have. Save the program, move back to the browser, and we'll see. You can see the process key is not defined over here, is the error. So we'll define the process key later. Now what we'll do is we'll write the CSS part for the keyboard, and for that we'll move back to the CSS file. So here we are in the CSS file, and what we'll do is we'll define the classes over here. So the first class we have is the keyboard row class. So we'll write here dot keyboard row. Now we'll write over here width of the keyboard. Width is going to be 400 pixels. Then we have margin. So we'll write here margin. Margin is going to be 0 and auto for this keyboard. Then we have the display as flex, and finally we have the flex wrap. Flex wrap is going to be wrap, and that's it for the keyboard row class. Then we have the key tile class. So we'll write here key tile, and now inside this what we are going to do is we are going to mention the width again. Width of the key tile is going to be 36 pixel. Then the height we have of this key tile, so we'll write here height. Height is going to be 40 pixels, let's say. Then we have margin. So margin is going to be 1 pixel again for the key tile. Then we have the border. Border is going to be 1 pixel solid in nature, and the RGB value is 12, 12, 12, which is black. So then we have the border radius. Border radius is going to be 5 pixels again. And then we have to mention the font family for the text. So the font family is going to be this one. And then we have Cambria, Cochin, Georgia, Times, Times New Roman, and serif over here. Fine. Now the next thing we have to mention for the text is the font size. So we are going to write here font size as 20 pixels. Then we have font weight. Font weight is going to be bold. Then we have the display. Display is going to be flex. And finally we have to justify content at the center. Fine. Then we have to align these items at the center as well. And that's it. Now we have to write the code for the enter key tile. So we'll write here dot enter key tile, and inside here we have to mention the width. Width is going to be 76 pixels for the enter key. You have seen the enter key is bigger in size than other keys, so we have to mention the height. Height is going to be the same as 40 pixels. Then we have margin. Margin is going to be 1 pixel again for this enter key, and we have the border as well. Border is going to be 1 pixel solid. So we have to write here 1 pixel solid, and the RGB value is going to be 0, 0, 0. So we'll remove this blue and green from here, and that's it. The RGB value is black basically. Then we'll write here border radius. Border radius is again going to be 5 pixel for the enter key as well. Now we have to mention for the text as well. So the font size is going to be 20 pixels. Then we have font weight. So font weight is going to be bold, and then we have display as flex. Finally, we have justify content at the center, and we have to align items at the center as well. Fine. So we are done with the enter key tile as well. Now what we'll do next is we'll move back to the JavaScript part, but before that let's save this program and we'll move back to the browser once again. You can see it says process key is not defined. We'll define it later on. So for now let's move back to the JavaScript part again. Now what we have to do is we have to create a function over here. So we are going to create the function process input. Before we move on to the process input function, what we'll do is we'll create the process key function, because we are getting the error for this again and again. So we'll write here function, then we'll write here process key. Now inside the body of this function, what we have to do is we have to write here e is equals to code, and then we'll write here this dot id. Fine. So I guess it will work fine. Then what we have to do is we have to write here process input, and we have to pass e over here. Fine. We have to call the process input function for me. So save this program, move back to the browser, and you can see now we have the keyboard over here. So you can see on clicking any key over here, it says process input is not defined. So let's define it as well first, and then we'll see if the keyboard is working totally fine or not. So for the process input function, we have to write here function, then we'll write here process input. We have to pass e as a parameter over here, and we'll write inside the function if game over is true, then return from here. Fine. Now we have to write the e dot code over here. So we'll write here if key a is less than equals to e dot code, and then e dot code is less than equals to key z. Then what will happen, we'll write here inside the if block, we'll write if column is less than width. So we'll write here let current tile. So we'll write here let current tile is equals to document dot get element by id. So we'll write here get element by id, and id is going to be row dot to string plus, then we'll put a dash over here, or we can say a hyphen. We'll add, what we'll add is we'll add call dot to string. Fine. So we'll write here call dot to string. This is again a method. So we have to write here this, and we have to write here row dot to string. Fine. So I guess this will work totally fine now. Now after this, what we'll do is we'll write here again if. So we'll write here current tile dot inner text is equals to nothing. Then inside the body of this if statement, we'll write current tile dot inner code, or we can say inner text over here. So we have to write here current tile dot inner text equals to e dot code. So we have to write here 3. Then we have to change the value to column plus is equals to 1. Fine. So we have to mention the else if statement as well. So we'll write here after this if statement, we'll write here else if e dot code is equals to backspace. Now we'll delete the letter. So we'll write here backspace And inside the body of this else if, we'll write if 0 is less than call. So we'll write here 0 less than call, and call is less than equals to width. Then what will happen is call minus is equals to 1. So basically what we are doing is we are deleting the letter. So we'll write here this, and after this else if, what we have to do is we have to write here inside the else if only, we'll write let current tile. So we have to write here current tile is equals to document dot get element by id. Then we'll write here row dot toString. So we'll write here row dot toString. This is a method. Then we'll write here the same thing again, and we have to write here call dot toString. Fine. So this is a method again. We are good with it, and the next thing we are going to do is we are going to write here current tile dot inner text is equals to null over here. Fine. Now the next thing we have to do is we have to write the code for enter key as well. So we'll write here, after this we'll write here else if e dot code is equals to enter, and what we have to do is we have to call the update function. Fine. So this is going to be a function. We are going to create the update function after this function, so don't worry about it. Now what we'll do is we'll write here if game is not over, so we'll write here not game over, and then row is equals to height. And what will happen inside the body of this if tag, we have to write here game over is equals to true, and we have to write here document dot get element by id, and we have to get the id of the answer. So we'll write here answer dot inner text is equals to word. So we are going to print the word. Fine. If the row is equals to height and the game is not over, so basically if we have all the blocks filled, we have all the rows filled, and if the last row is also filled, then what will happen is it will print the answer in word. So it will print the word as the answer. Fine. So save it now, move back to the browser, and we'll see. So you can see as of now this thing is not working, but we have no error over here. So let's refresh it once, and you can see there's no error still. So I guess it will work fine after we'll do the update function as well. So let's write over here. What we are going to do is we are going to create the update function for rest of the things. We'll check the input given by the user here only. So what we'll do is we'll write here function update, and what we have to do is we have to write here a variable. So let's say let guess is equals to null. For now we are going to take a variable guess, and then what we'll do is we'll write here document dot get element by id. Now what we are going to do is we are going to use the answer. So we are going to write here answer dot inner text is equals to null for now. Now what we have to do is we have to string up the guesses into a word. So basically what we have to do is we have to take all the letters from a particular row and we have to pile them up in a word. So what we'll do here is we'll write here for, let's take a variable c is equals to 0. We'll write here c is less than width. So let's write here c is less than width and c plus plus. Fine. Now what we'll do is we'll write here let current tile is equals to document dot get element by id, and we have to write here again row dot toString plus, then we have to put a hyphen over here, then we have to put a plus, and we'll write here call dot toString. Fine. Now the next thing we have to do here is we have to take another variable. So we'll write here let letter is equals to current tile dot inner text. So we'll write here current tile dot inner text, and then what we have to do is we have to add this value to a guess variable. So we'll write here guess plus is equals to letter. Fine. So we are done with this for loop. Now the next thing we have to do is we have to update the value of guess, and we have to change the guess to lowercase now. So we'll write here guess dot to lowercase. Fine. So we have to write here to lowercase. This is again a method, so we have to put parenthesis over here. This is case sensitive basically. Then we'll put it on the console. So we'll write here console.log and we'll write here guess. Fine. Now what we are going to do is we are going to check if the guess is present in the guess list or not. Fine. So for that, what we are going to do is we are going to write here. So let's put some space over here. We'll write here if not guess list dot includes what? Guess. If the guess list does not include the guess, so what will happen is we'll write here document dot get element by id, and we are going to write here answer. So instead of answer, what will be there is dot inner text is equals to not in the word list or not in word list. Basically over here we'll write not in word list, and that's it. Fine. Now what we have to do is we have to write here return. We have to return this thing. So that's it. We are done with this guess part. Now the next thing we are going to do is we are going to start processing the guess we have. So for that, what we'll do is we'll take a variable correct. The initial value of correct is going to be 0, and let's say we have another variable letter count. Fine. So we are going to take, so basically what we are going to do is we are going to keep a track of letter frequency. So that's why we are doing it. Now what we have to do here is we have to write here for. We are going to use another for loop. So let's say we have a variable I with initial value as 0, and then we have I is less than word dot length, and we have I plus plus over here. Fine. So basically we are done with the for loop. Let's write inside the body of this for loop. What we'll do is we'll write letter is equals to word, and then we have to check the word. So we'll write here I, then we'll use if letter count of letter, and we'll write here inside the body of this if statement letter count letter plus is equals to 1. Fine. Now what we'll do is we'll write after this else. Now inside the body of else, what we'll do is we'll put the letter count to 1. So we'll write here letter count. Now inside this we'll write letter is equals to 1. Fine. So basically what we have to do is we have to write here after this console.log, and we have to put the print the letter count. Fine. So till now we are done with this. Now what we'll do is we'll check for the first iteration. We'll check for all the correct ones first. So what we'll do is we'll write here after this for, we are going to use another for loop for this. So let's say we have a variable c, the initial value of c is set to 0. We'll check the width of c, so we'll write here c is less than width. Then what will happen is c will increase. So we'll write here c++. Now inside the body we'll write let current tile is equals to document dot get element by id. Now we are going to write here the same thing again, row.toString. We have a method as row.toString. Now we have to put a hyphen over here, then we have to put call.toString over here. Fine. Now we have to take the letter variable, so we'll write here letter is equals to current tile dot inner text. So basically it has the value of the current tile, so we'll write here current tile dot inner text. So is it in the correct position? Now we are going to check it. Fine, so we'll write here if word, so what is the word, c is equals to letter, then what will happen is the current tile value, so we'll write here current tile dot class list dot add. So basically we are going to create a class for correct, which will change the background color of that particular key and of that particular box or tile. Fine, so we'll write here correct. So we are going to create this class in the CSS part. Now after this, what we have to do is we have to write here let key tile is equals to document dot get element by id. So we have to write here key plus letter. Fine. Then we have key tile dot class list dot remove. So we have to write here the present class, and then we have to write here key tile dot class list dot add the correct class. So we'll write here correct. Fine, so we are going to define these two classes in the CSS part. Now the next thing we have to do is we have to increase the value of correct by 1. So we'll write here correct plus is equals to 1. Fine, then we have letter count, and we are going to decrease the value of letter count by 1. So we'll write here minus is equals to 1. Let's put some space over here as well so that it will look good to you guys. Now we are done with the letter count as well. So what we'll do next is we are going to write here after this particular if statement. So right here we are going to write if correct is equals to width, then what will happen is game over will change to true. Fine, this is another condition we have. Now what we have to do next is we have to write here, so basically what we are going to do is we are going to print the console, or we can say we are going to print the letter count on the console. So we'll write here letter count inside console.log, and now what we'll do is we'll go again and mark which ones are present but in the wrong position. That means the yellow color ones, right? So we'll write here after this console.log, we'll write for, we are going to use another for loop. So we'll write here let c is equals to 0 again, c is less than the width. So we'll write here c less than width, then we'll increase the value of c by 1. So we'll write here c++, then we'll write here let current tile is equals to document dot get element by id. So we are going to write here row dot to string, and then we have this hyphen over here, and we'll write here plus call dot to string. Fine, so we are going to take the values of these And then after this, what we are going to do is we are going to set the value of letter variable. So we'll write here let letter is equals to what's present inside the current tile. So we'll write here current tile dot inner text, and the next thing we are going to do is we are going to skip the letter if it has been marked correct. So for that, what we have to do is we have to use the if statement. So we'll write here if not current tile dot class list dot contains, what it contains is the correct class. So we'll write here correct. If it contains correct, what will happen is we'll check if it is present in the word. We have to make sure that we don't double count, right? So what we'll do is we'll write here again inside this if statement, we'll take another if statement and we'll write here word dot includes. Now we have to write here letter, and we have to mention it over here. After this, we have to write here letter count. Now what we have to do is we have to write here letter, and we have to write here greater than 0. Fine. Now what will happen is we'll write here current tile dot class list dot add. We have to add it to present class. So we'll write here present. Fine. Now what we have to do is we have to write here let tile is equals to document dot get element by id. What we have to do is we have to write here key plus letter. Fine. Okay, so we have to write here after this, what we have to do is we have to take another if. Fine. So we'll write here if not key tile dot class list dot contains which class? The correct class. So we'll write here correct, and we'll write here inside this key tile dot class list dot add. What we have to add over here is the present class. Fine. Now what we'll do is we'll deduct the value of letter count by 1. So we'll write here letter count, and we have to pass letter inside here, and we'll write here minus is equals to 1. Fine. Now what we have to do is we have to write the code for else as well. So we'll write here else. Now what we'll write inside else is current tile dot class list dot add. Which class we have to add now is the absent class. Fine. So we'll write here absent. We are going to describe this class, or we are going to define this class in the CSS part later on. So for now we have to write here absent, and we have to change the value of key tile. So we'll write here key tile is equals to document dot get element by id. We have to write here again key plus letter. Fine. So let's put a space over here, and that's it. What we have to do is we have to change the key tile class as well. So we'll write here key tile dot class list dot add. Which class we have to add again is the absent class. Fine. We are almost done with the JavaScript part as well. What we have to do is we have to start a new row for a new word. So we'll increase the value of row as row plus equals to 1, start a new row, and we have to change the column value to 0 again. Fine. So basically we are done with it. So before we move on to the final outcome, let's do one thing. Let's go through the CSS part once again, and we'll define these 3 classes: the correct, present, and absent class. Fine. Save the JavaScript part here. Save it now, and let's move back over here. And what we'll do is we'll write after this tile class. What we'll do is we'll write over here dot correct. We are going to define the correct class first. So the correct class, the background color is going to be this one, hash 3fc, and the value is 031. So the green color, basically the font color will change to white, so we'll write here color as white, and then we have border color, so border color will also change to white. Fine. Then we have the present class as well, so we'll write here present, and inside the present class the background color will change, and the value of background color is hash f5ce23. Fine. So this is basically yellow color, so the color and the background color will remain the same. So okay, so we have to write here border color, not background color, so we'll write here border color, and again we are going to define the border color here. Fine, so we'll write border color. So border color is going to be white in this case as well. Now we have to define the absent class as well, so we'll write here absent. For the absent class, the background color will change to gray. Fine, so we'll write here hash 787c7e. Fine. So this is the gray color we have. The color is going to be white, and then we have the border color. Fine, so the border color is again going to be white. That's it. We are done with everything now. Save the program, save the JavaScript part and the HTML part once again. Move back to the browser, and here you can see we have a program. So if we click on the keyboard, so it's not working as of now. Maybe we have some error over here. So let's check it out once again. We'll move to the JavaScript part. And if we can see here, key tile is fine, so we have to write here key tile like this, and let's check the other key tile as well. So everything else is fine. Save the program now, save the CSS part and the HTML part as well. Move back to the browser, and I hope this will work now. So you can see it's working as of now. Now we have written over quote. You can see it says not in word list. We have quote over here, so the word we have is title. Let's write title over here, and you can see the second line is not working, so we have to get back to this, and we have save it now. Move back to the browser. Okay, it's working now, and you can see, so the word we have here is hyped. So let's try to write, okay, we have to remove this first, that's why it was not working. So we have to write here another word. Let's say we have a word mango. Click on enter, and you can see now it's working fine. Now the word we have here is hyped, so we'll write here hyped. Click enter, and you can see we have all greens over here. You can see the word count as well. We have HYPED as 11111, and we have all the words here in the console. So you have seen here the program is working totally fine. The task is done here.
Tic Tac Toe is world's favorite game. We have already played a lot in our childhood days, and still my favorite game. So I have decided to basically offer you this Tic Tac Toe game developed in JavaScript, HTML plus CSS, which can create something really very great effects for the end users. So let's go and start developing our next game that's called Tic Tac Toe. So in this Tic Tac Toe, I will start working with creating a folder called Tic Tac, and inside this I'm going to create a new file name called index.html. Now here onwards the same thing, I'll be creating this HTML tags, and now here onwards we want our some classes for headers and footer, but so we're going to create some div tag now. So in this div tag, I'll be creating some of the tags in which the CSS class will be applied. So we're just going to create a classes. We're going to just use those classes, but we'll create it later on. So just go ahead and create those. So we are saying div. Okay. So now this point onwards, this is my first div tag. Inside this, I'll keep my h1 tag, and under this h1, I will be offering some of the headings which will be useful to contain some necessary information with regards to this game. So div, here we say h1, and inside this h1 we give the message called class equal to header, and here I'll give the name called is a Tic Tac Toe Game. After this div class, here we will start working with our form tag. Within my form tag, I will start my div. After div tag, I will use label. So label for player 1, or else I can say player 1, and inside this let's give the name called player 1. Label is closed, and after this label we'll start working with our input tag, input. Now in this input, what are the details I need? First I need called type equal to text number 1. Second, placeholder equal to enter name. Next, name equal to player 1. Next, we want ID equal to player 1, and then any class if I want to apply. Anyways, we're going to close this. This is my first text box, and same thing I would like to create for my another one. So the first div tag we have used, let me go and create another div tag. In this div tag, I'll use the same label, copy the same, paste it here, and this is for player 2. So we have this 2 players with me, and after this div tag, I'll offer the submit button now. Input up to submit. Start game. Now the form tag is closed here. Div tag is also closed. So you want the div tag to be closed or before that, that's up to you now. So here we have a called div class, whichever we have taken. So if you want, you can basically put it later or before, whatever. So we have a basically form tag with us. So form tag is there. Later on you can just show some containers where the details will be visible to me. So here after the form tag, let me try to offer, but first check whether it is really working fine. So here we have this option called enter name after this tic tac toe. So here the details we have taken, input applicable text and input applicable text. Okay, so 2 values we are taking now, and accordingly we will go ahead now finally. After the form tag, we would like to start with working with the div tag again, div, and inside this div, since I haven't created any CSS classes, so those we can use it little later on, but let's have this div, and inside this div I would like to use one more div tag. Okay, and here we want to use one more div tag. So inside this div we will be using one more div tag. So In this div, we can just give the value called data id equal to 0, id equal to 0. It's just the value we're passing it. Div data id equal to 0. The div tag is getting closed. Fine. So that's how we want it now. So here the first div tag is closed. Like that, we can create another data id. So 0, 1, 2, total number of 3 we want to create it. So I want to create 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 like this. So the way we have created here, for this div, let's go and create one more div tag, id equal to 1, 2. 3 options we have it now. Okay, like that I can keep on creating the others also. 2, 3, 4, 5. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Total number of 5 we have created. One more I would like to create it now here for 6. There will be no difference because we haven't changed anything here. Okay, so the div tag is getting closed here. Okay, and that's it. And if you want to create some clear board or button, that you can basically offer it a little later on. But here we can use one more div, and here we say div class equal to relative, and within this div tag I can use any image tag if I want. So I just leave it as it is, and after this I can create one more div tag, and inside this another div, okay, and under this I'm going to create a button. Okay, and in this button we'll be having some value. Okay, we can give the value name called replay. This button is created, and now we can create a clear board span, and here is a clear board. That's it. Okay, so here is just a small game I want to develop it. Better. Now there's no user interface has been used. So this user interface will be using it later on by offering them a pure look and feel, so that it gives me more better look when your application will start. But most importantly, I need to start working with the JavaScript part, where the logic will get calculated here. Okay, so we want to start with the JavaScript, so let's get included the JavaScript in my code. So here I can say here a script tag, a script equal to, now the file I haven't created, so let it be as it is. That's it. So this is my script tag, and let me try to include my style sheet also. So I just say link rel equals style sheet, and give the name called app.css, though I haven't created, but I'm giving it. Okay, that's it. So we have taken this HTML into our consideration. Now we'll be creating this CSS as well as the JavaScript to make this example complete. Well, we are ready with our HTML. Now it's time to basically go back and spend time on our JavaScript. So we're going to create a new file now with the name called app .js, and inside this we will start writing the logic with our main application. Okay, now the first thing is how we're going to start now. Yeah, so first thing what we need to do is we need to attach window dot add event listener, and when the window will load, some logic should happen. So I'm saying load. Second is the name of the function. So the name of the function perhaps does not exist, but I can give the name called app, which I'm going to create it shortly. Now here, first of all, let me try to create a game board. I'm saying let game board equal to, now let me have some of the values, because it is 8 digit, so we just make it like that, and one more for making it 9. Okay, so that's how we're going to create it now. Okay, now this is all empty right now. After that, we're going to create let turn, just a new variable, equal to 0. What this is, it keep tracking if X or 0 player its turn, like which player turns it to be, so just it is trying to mention it. I'm saying let winner equal to false. Okay, now let's go and create the player. So create player. How are you going to create a player? We say const player equal to what we're going to pass, name. Okay, equal to, now inside this we can say name equal to name. Next we say return name. That's it. Okay, after that I'm defining let player x equal to player with the empty value, and again player y equal to player as an empty value. Now let's try to initialize the app. Okay, initialize the app. Now inside this initialize the app, we're going to create a new function app, and inside this we're going to create a variable like by saying let input field equal to, first of all, document dot get element by id. Here we're going to take the class name of this particular text field, so we are saying input hyphen field. Okay, dot focus. Okay, now after this we have to say const add players equal to, once again, document dot get element by id. We'll just give the name called player form. Okay, next we are saying add player. Okay, dot add event listener. We want to attach to the event. On which event? Submit event. And what logic? Add players. Okay, after that, once the players are added, we are saying let replay button equal to, once again, document dot get element by id, or rather I will say document dot query selector. Document dot query selector replay hyphen btn. Okay, with just the name, we are basically taking that. And here we say, replay button dot add event listener, which event I want to say, click. Okay, that is the first event. Second, reset board. Reset board. That we are basically passing that. Okay, now this is the initial case which we have it. Now beyond that, I will add, this is the players what we have added it right now. It slides to add the players. So this is how we have initialized. After that, let's add players. How to basically add the players? Here we have to just define the function add players. Okay, it will take event as a parameter and say event dot prevent default. This prevent default will try to prevent the default behavior which is submitting to be get avoided. And now here we say if this dot player 1, so we just define the property called player 1. If this dot player 1 dot what value, okay, is blank, okay, or this dot player 2, this dot player 2. Now I just want to find it out its value also, value blank. Then what I should do, in this case I'm saying alert, you must enter the name for each field. The user has to add the values, and after that return. Okay, now the next thing is like we would like to select the players in this inside this by saying const player form container. Again, const player from container equal to document dot query selector, document dot query selector. Here we will just pass the value called enter hyphen players. Okay, now we say const board main equal to document dot once again query selector board underscore main. Okay, after that player form container dot class list dot class list dot add. Here we're giving the name called what, height container, height hyphen container. And after that we just say board main dot class list dot remove height hyphen container. Okay, so we have basically taken that. And after this, what I will do, I'll just say player x dot name equal to this dot player 1 dot value Okay, this is for player X. Copy this. Player Y. 2. And after that, that's it. So we have done it now. So we'll be calling other functions one by one, but that is the first thing which we have implemented. Well, so add player function is added right now, and after this add player, we have to basically call one more, that is called, which returns the current player. So I'm saying return current player, and here what I will do is we will just write function, and here we say current player, and in this current player what we will do is we will say return turn just variable, okay, percentile 2, we're just adding it with this 0, okay. If it is, then x turn, I'm telling you, okay, or else so we are adding like the current player. Who says the current player right now? Well, after this adding the return current player, we're going to add the other function that is known as called return the current player. Return current player is having this value, and after that we need to say resize the square in event browser is resized. Once again, if the browser is getting resized, automatically the square size of your Tic Tac Toe should also get increased. So we just say resize squares, and here we're gonna say this option equal window dot add event listener. Now we have a call option called resize here, and the second parameter what we are passing is called on resize. Okay, on resize. Now let's try to add it. After this we are writing this function called function on resize. That is the function name for me, the one which you are passing into the second parameter. We are saying let all cells equal to document dot query selector all. In this we are passing board underscore cell, okay, and then we are using another option called what, let cell height equal to all cells with the position, okay, dot offset width. After that we are saying all cells dot for each. Here we are passing cell, and after that we are using cell dot style dot height equal to, now here we are using this backtick and use this dollar sign and say cell height, and that too in a pixel. So this will be taking the dynamic values. Okay, that's it over. Now we have to just launch our build board. Now build board. So how are we gonna build our board now? For this we are saying function build board, and inside this build board we will see this option called let reset container equal to document dot once again query selector and pass the value called dot reset. Okay, and after that we are saying reset container dot class list dot remove, and we are passing the value called reset hyphen hidden, this value. And after that we may call some other type of functions also. Okay, so for those functions I can say first will be called on resize After that we are calling add cell click listener, but I do not have that function with me. So these functions we need to create it by our own. Okay, so we will just leave those for a time being. Let's go back and create another functions now. So we just want to write another event with cell click event for player to attempt to make move. So here we are trying to say cell click event for player to attempt to make move. Now this function we need to create it, so we just say function now. We just say function and give the name of the function to make move now. Function make move. It takes event as a parameter, and here we are saying console.log and say turn. Now let's go back and try to check the another condition, that is called let current cell equal to %, because we have to read the value from there, and here we are saying what, event dot current target, event dot current target dot first element child, okay, dot dataset dot id. So we're reading these values. After that we use another variable called let cell to add token. Now here we are typing document dot query selector, and here using backtick I'm using this value called data hyphen id, okay, equal to, here we are using once again in a single quotes dollar current cell okay. So this value we are taking it like that. After that we are using this situation called if cell to add token dot inner HTML exclamatory mark blank. Once again, if cell to add token dot inner HTML equal to blank, then what next? So cell to add token dot inner HTML equal to blank, then what you should do, I'm saying console dot log and give the value the one which you want. Okay, so in this console.log what value we can give it? Cell to add token, we have it, it is taking this value to the current cell dot inner HTML console.log, and inside my console.log we can set this cell is already taken. So values are already taken for this, and now we will be returning those values. After that we will be using else condition, And here we use once again if current player, okay, is X, then we'll be using this option called cell. See, we have this property option available called cell to add token. So we are saying cell to add token, okay, dot text content equal to current player. Okay, and we say game board, the one which you have created, pass in this game board this value called current cell, and in this current cell value will be equal to X. Okay, else we can say cell to add token dot text content equal to current player, okay, and say game board current cell equal to like this. Okay, so here we are adding the values like that. So it is closed. After that, we can just use the function name called isWinner to check whether the user is winner or not. So we are saying is winner, okay, and after that we are saying turn plus plus. After that we are saying change. We do not have the function name called change board header names. Okay, so it's just like that we're giving it. So as usual, we can leave this function for a time being, and we'll call this little later on. So leave it as a for a time being. Okay, so your function is now ready. So the next thing what we need to check whether it is tie or not. Okay, so we are saying function check if tie. We're just checking the function whether this game is tie or not. So here we say if the condition is turn greater than 7, alert, game over. Okay, we can say game over, or else we can say a tie. Okay, well, after that we are saying winner. Function is winner. Now what we will check is we will check const winning sequences. Winning sequences, and here we are having this array and having the different conditions associated. We say 0, 1, 2, probability we are checking it, and then I just copy it. Well, we are saying 0, 1, 2, and here we are saying 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 0, 3, 6 again, 0, 3, 6, and once again 1, 4, 7, 4, 7, and next we have a call 258, 8, then we are checking the value called 048, 8, and one more last option we'll put is called 246, 6. So these conditions we are adding it now. After this array we can say winning sequences dot for each and give the name called winning combos. winning combos. And inside this winning combos, we are giving let cell1 equal to winning combos position 0. Then let copy and paste 3 times cell 2, cell 3, and here we get the value called what? 1, 2. 3 values we're giving it, and after that we are checking the condition. Let's say if, and here the conditions we are checking. What exactly that will be? For the game board, we are saying game board cell 1 current player ampersand come down game board cell 2. I just also copy this the same line and paste it multiple times. Now here we are checking the condition for cell 2 and cell 3 and cell 3, and after that we are starting the position. So after that we are starting the position call by calling this condition call const cells and then equal to document dot get element by document dot query selector all, and here let's select the position dot board underscore cell. Okay, then after that we will be using cells dot for each cell, and inside is what we are passing. We are saying let cell id equal to cell dot first element child. Okay, dot dataset dot id. So this is the value which we are basically adding it now, and we are using one more if condition. We are saying if cell id, now we are talking about call cell id triple equal to cell 1 or cell id cell 2 or cell id equal to cell 3. Okay, and in that case we can use cell dot class list dot add, give the name called board, just give the class name winner. So here we'll be giving the winner, and a part of that we can use the other conditions too. Okay, so here it is adding the value, and now let's say let current player equal to document dot get element by id. So you can basically define it. So current player you want, so we can use the current player or whichever conditions you want. So here we use what? The cell winner. Now small change, rather than using current player we can use the current player text. The new variable we are creating it, current player text document dot, rather than saying get element by id we can say query selector, and in this query selector we'll be giving the value by saying dot board player hyphen term, the value which we are giving it here. In that query selector, value whichever you given this, let me try to put it in a parenthesis like this. Okay, now here we just check if current player X, then what? Then in this case we can say current player, what is the value we are using? Current player text dot inner HTML equal to, now we can define the value whichever you want to offer it. We just use a condition called div class equal to okay, so we are saying congratulations. Okay, and here we say congratulations along with dollar sign, and here we pass player y dot name, and here the div tag is getting closed like this. Okay, so that's the message we are basically printing it, and after that we give this value and say this message called winner equal to true, and after that if you want to apply remove that function we haven't written, we'll be talking about a little later on, and just say return true again. So your function is ready now, and later on we can just check the condition if winner, if winner, now we can say check if tie and return false. That's it. Now in a continuation to this example, we're gonna develop another function which the name is called change board header names. So let's continue by defining the new function called function change board header names. So this change board header names will be the new function for us, and here we would like to check whether the user is winner or not. So here we say if not winner, then what? Then in that case we have to say let current player text equal to document dot query selector. In this we'll be getting the details like dot board, and here we're gonna give the name called player and hyphen turn, player hyphen turn. Now later on after this particular variable we have to just check the condition by saying if current player equal to x, if the position is x, sorry, let me try to put it in capital letter here, x, then we have to say current player dot inner HTML equal to, now here we have to just use the same option called backticks because I want to go multi-lines. That's the benefit of this backtick. And here we say in our inner HTML span class equal to name hyphen hyphen style, close this, and here we want to use the statement. Now this value we want to write it with name attribute, so it is getting closed, and here we are saying dollar with this player x dot name, and then close the span tag, and we say you are up, like this. And after that we say div class equal to, we're just going to create a class which later on we can apply the CSS style on the top of that. U hyphen R hyphen winner, and here we say closing the div tag. So the div tag is closed. That's it. And now after this line, what next we have this called else condition. Else. What else? Here we say current player text dot inner HTML equal to, after this we're gonna write the span class equal to, here we say name hyphen hyphen, same option we're gonna use it. So in this condition, so winner conditions, so let me try to copy the same rather than copying it again and again. I'll just copy the whole text. Span class equal to name hyphen hyphen style player, rather than saying X we have to use Y. You are up, you are winner. Okay, so here it's getting closed. Well, after this what we have to do, create another function called reset board. Function reset board. Now in this function reset board, we just say console.log a small message resetting is added. Now afterwards we will be using the game board, and the same game board what we have used it earlier, I'll be using the same conditions. On the top, if you remember, that was the game board for me, so I'll be using the same game board. I copy this, with the same condition. Okay, game board equal to this. After that line we will say let cell to add token equal to document dot query selector all. Here in this I'll be using another class called letter. Now cell to add token, whichever we've used, dot for each square, and within this square we would like to use square dot text content equal to black. After that square dot parent element dot class list dot remove, and here we would like to say board, okay, underscore cell winner. So these classes we yet to create, because these CSS classes we are just using this, but we haven't created. We'll be using it little later on. So that was the point. Now after that we are defining the turn value, turn equal to 0, because we are resetting it, and winner equal to false. After that winner equal to false, we just define another variable called define let current player text equal to document dot query selector all. Document query selector all. So here we're going to use the name called board, define player hyphen turn, after that current player current player text dot inner HTML equal to, once again we have to use the condition for up and winner point. So let me try to copy this. Inner HTML equal to, okay, and in this we have to say player x dot name. Okay, just everything is same, no change at all. Okay, now here after that we're gonna write one more function called function add cell click listener. That means when I will be adding or clicking something to my cell, what kind of event I would like to listen. Here we are saying const cells equal to document dot query selector all. Let's check the condition board cell, and here once again we say cells dot for each dot for each, and here we say cell dot add event listener, which event I want to listen, click, and the second parameter will be handler. Once call make move. Okay, and this function which we have created called add cell clicks listener, okay, this I'll be calling it here. Perfect. Later on, once it is done, let's try to add one more function called function remove cell click listener. Remove cell click listener. Now here we say let all cells equal to document dot query selector all. Let's pass board cell, and now we say all cells dot for each cell, and here we say cell dot remove event listener, which event click, and second parameter will be make. That's it. So friends, now here most of our JavaScript code is written now. So going forward we would like to use CSS, and finally we'll be applying everything into our HTML file. Well, after the JavaScript file is ready towards my application, now it's time to go and create our HTML file now. Sorry, the CSS. So inside my Tic Tac, I have got app.js and index.html ready. Now here I'm going to create another file here called app.css. See, you can basically put this app.css in any other folder like in static folder, but I have just kept it outside. Now from this point onwards, I would like to start with my basic functionalities. Okay, what those are? Let's start with the first feature called body. With my body, some basic settings I would like to do, like in background image, background color. So I just start with background color. Background color, I can just use it as a white. Okay, but I don't think so it's really needed it. So if you want, you can have it. Otherwise, leave this background color because it's by default going to be white only. And now, next would be called height. Height will be 800 pixels. Next, background position. background position, I just say like center. Next, background repeat, in case if you do not want to repeat the image. Background repeat, and here I say no repeat. Next, background size, here we are saying cover. Okay, so it resizes the background image to cover the entire container. Okay, so that's what the body part. Now the next thing is we have to select the rest of the CSS classes. So first select div dot relative. Inside this div dot relative is first say call position. Position we are saying absolute. Next is top. From the top I'm just making 760 pixels. Next right we are just saying 120 pixels. Next, after this we are saying hide container, hide dot container, or sorry, hide hyphen container. Here in hide hyphen container we will just display colon none. Well, after that we have to use the header point. Header. Inside this header we will say color will be by default white, but still we just say color and white. Next text line we just say center. Next margin will be 15 pixels. Next, font family. Font family I'm selecting called permanent marker. Permanent marker. Okay. Next class we are talking about called interplayer. Let's call dot inter hyphen players. Now in inter hyphen players we will say color. Will once again we can use any other color, but we can just use white or any color you want, or else you can just use hash. Okay. Margin we are giving it's called 0. Auto width we are looking forward for 80%. Next, text align, center, position, relative. Now next we're going forward for input field. In this input field we just say border 2 pixels, solid and black. Next, outline none. I do not want any outline to be there. Next, padding I can take 4 pixels, 8 pixels, 4 pixels, 8 pixels. Now margin we are saying 0, 10 pixels. Okay, and finally 4 pixels. After this margin we say font size 18 pixels. Okay, so that is your input field. Next we are talking about something called input field focus. Input hyphen field, okay, colon focus. Now here border 2 pixel, solid red, or any other color which you want to use it. Next, how you want your submit button to be. So I'm saying dot submit hyphen btn border 2 pixels, solid and black. Padding 8 pixels and again 8 pixels. Font size 18 pixels. Now width 250 pixels, followed by border radius 5 pixels. Next, your margin from top, let's take 10 pixels. After that, background color, let's take white only. Okay, so this is the property. Now going forward, you can associate with your submit button active and submit button focus. So we are saying dot submit hyphen btn colon active and two options we are taking, followed by condition outline none. Next, border, we're talking about called 2 pixels, solid, and the color red. Okay, so that's the one. And after that, we'd like to use hover dot submit hyphen button colon hover. What you want? Change the background color to what? White. You can use white smoke. Well, here we like to use dot board. Here we'd like to use player hyphen. These are the classes we were using in our JavaScript, we remember. And here we say color we are using once again white, or you can use this white smoke, whichever you want. So, well, later on, text align, center, margin 10 pixels, 0 and 10 pixels. Height 54 pixels. Okay, so these are the properties initially we have taken. Okay, so after this turn, let's go and start the another classes here. I'm saying dot name hyphen style, and here we are saying color red, and then font size 22 pixels. Well, now coming back to the another properties, now we're talking about the next important called border container, called board container. Dot board container. Here we define width, which is 40 pixels we are taking, or sorry, 40% we can rather take. After that, background color, that we can say coded blue. Okay, next margin we are taking is a 0 and auto. After that, font size we are taking 0. Next, border we are taking 2 pixels, then solid, and then black, followed by box shadow. You remember this box shadow is one of the very CSS3 popular property. Here we are defining 3 pixels, 3 pixels, 3 pixels, 0 pixels, and RGB we can talk about called black. Okay, so my border color will be, shading color will be black. After that, we're offering this board cell dot now in this board cell we are defining width. Now in this width we are using calculation CALC, and in this calculation we are defining 100%. Okay, divided by 3. This calculation. After this, the next property will be display. Display will be inline block. Next, font size. We're taking 40 pixels. Well, text align. Center, border. We are taking 2 pixels. Solid and black. Adding 20 pixels. Vertical align. Top. Next, font family. This family I can use permanent marker. Okay, now next option, a part of this we have a call your board cell will board cell hyphen winner, I would say rather hyphen winner. Now, spelling wrong, this has to be D. Yeah, board cell winner. Let's make background color red. Okay, and later on just use letter. Now in this letter we just give the color combination, so color will be white. Next, position, relative, top 50%. Next, transform, translate y to minus 50%. After that, font family, we are making it once again permanent marker. Let me copy. Okay, now here next option will be called winner container. Here we're giving winner with dot winner hyphen container. Okay, so for this winner container, what are the values we want to use it? That's you want to basically do it. So if for this winner container, what I would rather suggest is you can use dot reset text align center margin 20 pixels up. That is for reset. And now reset hidden. Inside this reset hidden, we will set display none, display none. Okay. After this, the replay button. Now we're going to talk about replay button dot replay hyphen btn, and here width we make it to 25%. Okay, and followed by padding 10 pixels. We take it from here and 20 pixels. Border, this border we are taking is called 2 pixels, followed by solid, okay, and black color. Now later on, border radius we are taking 5 pixels. Later on, outline, I'm saying none. After this outline, we say letter spacing. Now this letter spacing would be again 0. After that, text transform. This text transform value we are talking about called uppercase. Next, font size. Font size, we are taking 16 pixels. Then margin top. Margin top would be 12 pixels. Then word spacing, that you are taking 3 pixels. Followed by background color. This you are taking white as usual. So this is for your replay button. Okay. Now in a similar line, we can also have call dot replay hyphen btn colon hover followed by dot replay hyphen active. Now apply the common style outline. We are making it none. Then color, we are making it is called white. Then background color will be black. Okay, and when it comes to the congratulations, so we'll be using this dot okay. So this congratulations class will be using font size to what 24 pixels, and after this we are using this call winner dot u hyphen r dot winner. In this winner we will be taking font size, okay, that's 18 pixels. After that height, we are taking 18 pixels again. Then line height. Line height we are taking 18 pixels. And then margin 2 pixels. And then 0. Okay, that's it. So Last but not least, we would like to use this dot replay hyphen btn. This I'm saying width 50%. 50%. So this is what my CSS file is all set. I know it was pretty lengthy, but it is required for this particular application. Okay everyone, so we are all ready with our CSS also. Now it's time to go back to our index.html file and take care about the final finishing touch. So we have this index.html file with us, and now the CSS class which we were using it in our application, that is known as called this permanent marker. This class is not by default available, so we have to include this using this external API. So here where we have a call CSS with us, before that we want link so within this link we want a one variable name called href equal to, now we have to give the proper location by saying https://fonts dot google apis okay .com/css question mark family equal to permanent plus marker. Okay, so if you just copy this into your browser, you will get to know where exactly it is using. Okay, if I just copy and paste it, so I just need to say https before, yeah, https fonts dot googleapis.com/ oh, spelling wrong, css family equal to permanent marker. That is the main URL from where I can take this kind of font. So here CSS, so that's what I was cross verifying it. Well, it's there, we have included our CSS also, but in which class we need to use, that is an important now. JS, I also want to include it. So here in my head tag only, I would like to include script src equal to app.js. So here my script is actually loaded now. After that, if I just go back and check the final outcome of my code, which is index.html file, well, it pretty much look like in basic. Nothing else has started when we talk about called start game. Okay, so it needs to start because there is no CSS class are attached. So I need to attach those classes within my code. So here onwards, we have to start with offering those CSS classes so that at least I can apply those common behaviors to my application. Okay, like here we have a call div. We haven't attached any class to this. After this body, we have a call div h1 class equal to header tic tac toe. Then we have a call div. We have a call body. Under this, we have a call another div tag. So just imagine how many type of classes are available. One, we have a call div class equal to header. Div class is closed. Again, we have a call one more div tag. So like that, multiple CSS files are there where we have to apply the new CSS class to make it happen. So now we have to just go back and change our HTML and to apply our main class. So this is what my final HTML, which looks like the same. You can see we have added all those type of CSS classes which we had, that is called enter player, player form, player container, label, placeholder, and player container. And if you see all different type of classes, we have attached this to. Okay, because here only my CSS class will get applied and the JavaScript will apply those kind of dynamic CSS based on certain conditions. So these CSS classes are already there added inside your HTML page. Our app CSS is ready. app.js is also ready. Now let's go back and try to reveal how it looks like. Awesome. So it looks like pretty nice. Tic Tac Toe is a game. It is expecting. When I say start game, it says you must enter a name for each field. Validation is working. Let me try to add 2 names and say start game. Awesome. So now you can see it is saying, hey, you are up. Now let me try to give the values. Awesome. Now you can see it's saying like, hey, you are a winner. Great. So guys, congratulations on this, the first example of how the Tic Tac Toe game is used. So it is a classical example of CSS, JavaScript and HTML together.
In this video on Pygame, we will teach you how to develop games using the Python module called Pygame. So let's get started. Before we dive into the video, let's get a general overview of what you can expect to learn from it, what's in it for you, and what will you know by the end of this video. The first thing that we will teach you is what exactly is Pygame. You will understand what exactly the Pygame module is and the various ways that you can use it to develop games. Next, we will teach you how to install Pygame on your system. Then, we will take a look at the basic components of Pygame. And finally, we will be using the Pygame module and Python programming to develop a Flappy Bird game, which you can play in real life on your own system. So, let's get started. So what exactly is Pygame? Pygame is a cross-platform Python software which was made specifically for video game designing. It includes graphics, visuals, and sounds which can be used to enhance the game which is being designed by you. Officially written by Pete Shiners to replace PySDL, Pygame is suitable to create client-side applications that can be potentially wrapped in a standalone executable. To learn Pygame, it is required to have a basic knowledge of Python. Now, how do you go about installing Pygame on your system? To install Pygame, you can use the standard pip install command in your command prompt. Then, you can import it into your program with the import command prompt in Python itself. Before installing Pygame, Python should be installed in the system. It is good to have Python 3.6.1 or above versions because it is much friendlier to beginners and additionally runs way faster. Now, what are the basic components of Pygame? The first and most important component of Pygame is the pygame.init module. This is used to initialize all imported Pygame modules. Using this, you can call all Pygame modules at once into your program. Before you can do much with Pygame, you need to initialize it. The most common way to do this is to use pygame.init. This will initialize all the modules in Pygame with just one single command. Not all Pygame modules need to be initialized, but this will automatically initialize the ones that are important and the ones that have to be initialized. You can also easily initialize each Pygame module by hand. The next thing that you need to know about is the display surface. The display surface is a black screen which acts as a canvas for you to design your games on. All the game components will appear on this very screen. Now, Pygame has a single display surface that is either contained in a window or runs full screen. Once you create the display, you can treat it as a regular surface. Changes are not immediately visible on screen. You must choose one of the two flipping functions to update the actual display. The Pygame display can actually be initialized by one of several modes. By default, the display is a basic software-driven frame buffer. You can request special modules like hardware acceleration and OpenGL support. Now, Pygame can only have a single display active at any time. Creating a new display will close the previous display. Once the display surface is created, the functions from this module affect the single existing display. The surface becomes invalid if the module is uninitialized. If a new display mode is set, the existing surface will automatically switch to operate on the new display. The next concept is the game loop. The game loop is a piece of code that does three things. It will handle events, update game events, and draw game state to the screen. The game loop will basically run until a condition is met or until the game ends. And finally, you have pygame.quit. The pygame.quit function does the opposite of the init function and completely deactivates the pygame library. It will automatically uninitialize all pygame modules that have previously been initialized. When the Python interpreter shuts down, this method is called regardless, so your program does not always need it, except when it wants to terminate its pygame resources and continue. It is safe to call this function more than once, as repeated calls have no effect whatsoever. Now please do note that calling pygame.quit will not exit your program. Consider letting your program end in the same way a normal Python program will end. It will just help you break out of the game loop. Now, let's see how we can create a Flappy Bird game with the help of the Python pygame module. So the first thing that you're going to need is to call all of your required modules. So over here, we have imported the random and the sys module. We've imported the pygame module. And we've also imported all the modules which are present in pygame.locals. So let's run this so all the modules get imported into our program. There we go. Now all of our pygame modules have been imported. Now the first thing that we're doing is that we're setting global variables for the game. The window width and the window height basically determine how big our surface is going to be. After that, we're going to display our window. Now you can call or create a window by using pygame.display.setMode. And within set mode, you set your window parameters. So you set your window width and your window height. So here we will be creating a window of width 600 and of height 499. The elevation will basically tell you how far up from the bottom of your screen the window is going to be. We're going to be creating an empty tuple of your game images, and we're going to be having an FPS of 32. You can obviously change your FPS speed. Now all of these images that we're importing have already been downloaded onto your system. So all of these images are already here and they're in the same folder that we've stored our Flappy Bird game in, which is why to call them you simply have to write the name of the image and initialize it to a variable. So because we're creating Flappy Bird, we're going to have a pipe image, a background image, a bird, and obviously a base which is going to be a sea level and which you have to prevent the bird from touching. So let's run this and create nothing but our pygame window. So here, as you can see, a new window has come up. This so far is just a pygame window. Nothing has been shown on it because we haven't initialized any of these parameters into our window as of yet. So far, the only thing we've done is create a basic window which doesn't have any of the parameters on it, with a width of 600 and a height of 499. Now here we are going to be coming into our Python game loop. So the first thing that we talk about in our Python game is that you have to have some initialized variables, right? And you have to create some important components of the game. So the first thing that you have is the Flappy game, which is the game itself. The next thing that we have here is to check if our game is over. This is going to happen under two conditions. One is that the bird hits the pipe, and the second condition is that the bird falls into the sea. And finally, we will have a module to create pipes of random height as and when a bird goes further into the screen. So basically the pipes will be created as the user keeps going and not beforehand. And finally here we have our main game loop, which is going to be calling all of these various functions that we've created and just going to terminate their runtime the second that the game gets over. And then following this, we're going to be exiting the Flappy Bird game. So here pygame.quit, as you can see, as we've already told you, will close all of the pygame modules that you've already initialized in your program and will uninitialize all of these modules, while sys.exit will exit the program itself. Now, as we said, the pygame.quit doesn't quit the program, it only uninitializes all the pygame modules, which is exactly why we're using sys.exit to close our window and exit our program. Now, the first thing that we're going to be looking at is the Flappy Bird game itself. The main things that are happening in our Flappy game is, first of all, we're initializing variables and creating two pipes by calling the createPipe function. So at any given point, we know that we want our bird to fly in between two pipes. That is the main challenge here, which is exactly why we're initializing two pipes here, the first pipe and the second pipe. And this is done by calling the createPipe function. Now after this, we're going to be creating two lists. One is of the lower pipes and the other is of the upper pipes. Now, as we already talked about, we are going to have two pipes consecutively. Yeah, the first pipe is going to be on top and the second pipe is going to be at the bottom. So that's exactly what these two lists contain. They contain the height at which the down pipes and the up pipes are going to be. Or basically, they contain the coordinates at which these down pipes and up pipes will be displayed at. Now, pipe vel x is basically defining the pipe velocity along your x-axis, and the bird velocity, which is along the y-axis, is defined over here. So basically, your bird is going to have two different parameters. One is that it's going to move up and down, which is its velocity along the y-axis. Another is it's going to move across, which is its velocity across the x-axis. Now at the same time, the pipes also have to keep moving and they have to exit this frame. So that's what all of this is defined by. The bird acceleration is defined over here. This is the parameter that you're going to be using to define your bird acceleration along the y-axis. That is basically going to happen when you stop clicking and the bird starts falling downwards. Now the velocity while flapping, or the x-axis velocity for the bird, is defined over here. Now the bird is only going to be flapping when you're going to be pressing the key. So that's basically what you're going to be checking here. If your event takes place, which basically means that if you have key events, and that's exactly what pygame.event.get is doing. It's going to be getting all the key functions that are taking place on your keyboard simultaneously. So for event in pygame.event.get will basically help you get the keystrokes which are happening. If event type is equal to quit, or event type is equal to key down, and event.key is equal to k.escape, you're going to quit your game and you're going to close down your program. So there are two ways that you can quit your game. You can either press quit or you can press key down and escape. Now if your event type is equal to key down and your event.key is equal to space or k up, so this is basically what you're going to be using to make sure that your bird is moving. There are two main keys which are going to be coming into play over here. You can press the key down as well as the space key, or the key down and the up key. So over here, this is going to move your bird vertically, and it's also going to make sure that your bird flaps its wings, which is where the bird velocity, which are all these parameters, will come into play. So this will basically help your bird move forward. So basically what is happening here is that we're going to be getting the keys that the user has pressed, and if they've pressed the quit key, we're going to quit the program, and if they've pressed key down and space or key down and the up key, we're going to make sure that the bird starts moving in the y-axis as well as it starts flapping its wings and moving along in the x-axis. Now this is the function that checks for whether your bird has crashed into pipes or not. This is basically also going to define whether your game is over or not, right? Because once the bird touches a pipe, the game is basically finished. So game over here is game over, which is another function that we are defining here. So basically what's happening over here is that you're going to be checking if the game is over by checking the horizontal and vertical position of the bird and the positions of the up and down pipes. If the game is over, then you will return over here and you will basically quit the whole game. Now after this, we need to keep track of the score of the player. Now how that can be done is that you get your position of your bird and the position of your pipe, and if the bird has crossed the pipe, then you basically increase your score by 1. If the current velocity of your bird is less than the maximum velocity and the bird has not flapped or you haven't pressed your key, in that case the bird is basically going to be tumbling downwards. Now another thing that you have to consider is that the user has stopped pressing the key, right? So the bird is not going to be flapping its wings. If this is the case, then the bird has to free fall towards the sea basically. So this is how we're going to be checking it. If the velocity of the bird is less than the max velocity and the bird has not flapped its wings, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be increasing the present velocity of the bird in increments with an acceleration speed that we've already defined over here. So if the bird starts flapping its wings, the velocity will steadily increase with this acceleration. Now if the bird has flapped its wings, after that we need to set the bird flap function to false again. Otherwise it will continue being true, which is not the case. So we have to keep switching it, right? The bird flap will only be true when the user has pressed the key. After that, it immediately has to go back to a false variable. So that is basically what we're doing here. We're going to change the bird flap to false immediately after it has become true. Now after this, your pipes will keep moving to the left. In this game, the pipes are the ones that are moving horizontally. The bird is not moving horizontally. The bird is only moving vertically. So basically what we're going to be doing is we're going to be increasing the x coordinate of our pipe, and the pipe is not going to randomly start increasing in height, right? So we're not going to be touching the y coordinates of the pipe. Of the upper and the lower pipe, we're going to slowly increment the x coordinate by the velocity factor that we've already initialized previously. So the pipes will slowly keep moving by this velocity factor towards the left hand side of the screen. A new pipe will be added when the first is about to cross the leftmost part of the screen. So basically each pipe is covering about 5 points on the x-axis, and once it is less than 5 but still greater than 0, we're going to create a new pipe and we're going to append it to our up pipes list. And we'll also be creating another pipe and we're going to append it to our down pipes list. Now if the pipe is out of the screen, we basically have to remove it, and this we're going to do by popping out the pipe from the up pipe list. So far we've looked at how we can generate pipes for our window, the velocity of the bird when it is flapping its wings, and what is going to happen when it stops flapping its wings, handling the key pressing events that the user is inputting, checking whether our bird has crashed or not, updating our score, moving the pipes to the left, and creating new pipes once the previous pipe has left the screen. Now, the only thing that's left to do is build a game image window, because we've dealt with almost all the game logic that we need. So now we're basically going to start building our Pygame window. So first we're going to be putting the image all throughout the screen. We're going to be rendering the up pipe and down pipe at the respective positions on the screen. And then we're going to be putting the sea level and the bird on the screen. Another thing that you need to do is fetch the digits of the score and display them on your screen. So the digits, again, all of the images have already been included in our Flappy Bird folder, and all you have to do is display them onto the screen. To do this, all that we have to do is loop through our numbers list and display the scoreboard images on the side of our window. And this is the position at which they'll be displayed. So here we're just displaying the images on the screen. The offset is again just a variable that we've created here, and that's a variable at which we'll be displaying the images. Now every time the score changes, you're going to have to update the game window. So that is exactly what you're doing here. You're just updating your display game window. And as we talked about, every time your display changes, you can't have two displays open at once, so the game will move on to this new display window. And again, we're just setting the frames per second. And that brings us to the end of everything that we need to do. This is the basic game logic that we're going to be needing. So this whole function just defines your game logic. Let's finish running this. And your game logic has been initialized into your program now. Now the next thing that we have to do is check if our bird is above sea level or if it has hit any of the pipes. So this is what you use the isGameOver function for. So the isGameOver function will have 4 different parameters as input. So the isGameOver function has 4 parameters. You're going to be giving the horizontal and the vertical height of the bird and the height and position of the up pipes and the down pipes. Now there are basically 3 conditions which lead to a situation of the game being over. If the difference between our elevation and a certain height is less than the vertical, it means that the bird has crossed its boundaries, and that is why the game is over, which is where you return true. The another thing is that the bird hits either the up pipes or one of the down pipes, and that's what we're checking here. Either the elevation of the bird has decreased and there's no way that it can rise up again, and hence the game will be over, or the bird has hit one of the pipes on top or one of the bottom pipes. So that's basically what we're doing here. We're getting the height of the up pipe and we're checking if the vertical height of the bird is less than the pipe height plus the pipe width. So basically it can hit the pipe anywhere, right? So if this vertical height is less than this parameter, as well as if the bird doesn't hit the pipe horizontally. So that's what we're basically checking here. We're checking to see if the bird has hit the pipe horizontally or vertically. Then you will return true. And the same thing will happen for the down pipes. You will check if the bird has hit the pipe horizontally or vertically at any point. So let's run this GameOver function. The next thing that you have to do is the create pipe function. Now creating pipes is actually quite easy. All we have to do is fetch the height of the pipe using the getHeight function, and after that generate a random number between 0 to any number such that the height of the pipe should be adjustable to our window height. So there's only a certain amount where you can have the pipe visible, and that has to be above sea level. So we're going to be generating like a random number between 0 and this number, like 0 and the width of your screen from height to just above the sea level, and then we're going to be subtracting it by 1.2 into offset, because there's a huge chance that we get like a pipe which covers the entire screen. So to prevent that, we're going to decrease the height of the pipes a little. And then after that, all we have to do is push our pipes into a dictionary along with their x-axis and y-axis coordinates. So this is basically what your pipe list is going to look like. It's going to be a dictionary which consists of an upper pipe and a lower pipe, and along with their coordinate values. So let's run this. Now this is basically the game loop that we're going to be using, this is going to call our various functions again and again until the game basically gets over, which is defined over here. So this function is going to run, or this is your basic game start. It's going to keep running until a certain condition is met, and let's see what that condition is. So over here, the different things that we're doing initially is that we're initializing our program using pygame.init. We're basically calling all the modules of the pygame library. Then after that, we're just setting the frames per second, displaying the title of the game on top of the game window, pygame.display.setCaption. So far we only have a pygame window, right? This is basically going to initialize the background images and everything onto this window. We're gonna start loading all of our different images into our game. So we have different images for the scores, the Flappy Bird image, sea level, background and pipe image, and we're going to convert it into a form suitable to display onto our window. This is basically done using the image.load.convert alpha function. So over here, you're basically going to be loading your image and converting it into a form which is suitable to be displayed onto your screen. After that, we'll basically be doing a couple of basic startup things such as printing welcome to Flappy Bird game and press space or enter to start the game. And the second you see this, you know that this has started running properly. Now this is where you have the main game starting. So here you're basically going to be setting the position of the bird, and horizontally we're going to be setting it at 1/5 of the window width. You can basically set the bird wherever you want to. Then after that, we're going to be adding the sea level, and over here we've initialized ground as 0, while true for event in pygame.event.get. Basically, while we keep getting a keystroke from the user, this whole loop is going to keep running. And what exactly is happening in this loop over here, basically we are running the program until the user stops or exits the game. Otherwise, we have basically created an infinite while loop over here. So if the event type is equal to quit, we're going to quit the game and exit the program. If the event type is key down, then we are going to be calling Flappy game. So this is basically us initializing the game start conditions. If the second after the game starts, the user clicks on quit, then we're going to quit the game and exit the program. Otherwise, if the user has pressed the key down, the space key or the key up, then we're going to be calling our Flappy game function. If the user hasn't pressed any key and nothing has happened, then we're just going to have a basic game display, and we're going to be displaying the background image, the Flappy Bird and the sea level onto our screen. This is just to keep refreshing the screen, and this is basically to set the frame rate of our screen. So let's run this. Now, if we look at our Flappy Bird game, you can see that we have all of the parameters initialized. We have a background, we have a sea level, and we have a bird over here. We've typed Flappy Bird game on top, and I'm going to press the enter key to start. So far as you can see, our pipes have appeared here. So we already know the function behind this. We keep getting our pipes, and the second that the bird crosses a pipe, the screen gets refreshed and our score gets updated. So if you notice here clearly, if I go slow enough, and if you notice, the second I did this, the display window actually got refreshed. And the second the pipe goes out of screen, as you can see, it gets erased and a new pipe enters. So the second this one pipe goes out, a new pipe gets created. Now, as we've talked about, there are 3 basic conditions. One is you hit the bottom pipe and the game ends. Another is you hit the top pipe anywhere and the game ends. And the next one is your bird falls below a certain level and the game ends. So these conditions are working so far. our scoreboard also keeps getting initialized. Another condition that you might want to check for. Oh yeah, and as you can see, another thing that you notice is the velocity, right? So the bird is technically not moving. The bird's position relative to where it started from remains exactly the same. As you can see here, the only thing that is moving is its position on the y-axis. Apart from this, the pipes are moving. And do you remember the acceleration parameter that we have? This is where you can see it come into play. So I stopped, and the way the bird free falls, all of this is because of the acceleration parameter that we set. So this is basically how you can use Pygame to, create a game. Now let us quit the game. I pressed the escape key and the entire game has quit. So over here, system exit took place, as you can see. So this is all the logic that we've used behind creating a Flappy Bird game. And as you can see, we've used the Pygame module to create it.
This particular video is based on the interview questions asked in some of the most popular MNC companies such as Amazon, Google, and IBM. Yes, the question about gaming is an integral part of interview questions from the top MNC companies to test the object-oriented programming skills of a developer. Now, there are not a lot of games that we will be discussing today. There are 3 most frequently asked gaming questions, that are the snake game, puzzle game, and the ping pong game. So we have open sourced this particular code from Google and GitHub, and we have also placed the links in the description box below. And along with that, and also I have personally made a document of all the codes used in this particular video for you so that you can have access to it and try the code in your own local system. So the first game that we will be discussing today is the snake game. So this particular snake game is most frequently asked in the top MNC companies such as Amazon and Flipkart. Now let's get into the Eclipse window and try to execute the code. So now we are in the Eclipse window, and on my screen you can see a code based on the simple snake. So basically this particular snake game on my screen has the snake, trees, and its directions based on the keystroke you give, that is right, left, up, down, etc. And the start game option and stop the game option, like if you want to pause it in the middle. And after that, the energy used, treats eaten, moving snake, grow snake, etc, etc. So now we'll try to start this game and see how it functions. Yeah, there you go. You can see that the program got started and the output is on my screen. So you just need to click to start. So there you go, the snake is around here. It's actually fun to play. So that's how you program it. And don't worry about the code. The open source GitHub link for this particular code is placed in the description box below. And this particular code is also written as a text document, and that text document is also attached in the description box below. Now we will move ahead with our next game. So the next game is the puzzle game. So this particular game is asked in some of the popular MNC companies like Google. Now let's look into the code, which is really simple, and try to execute this on the Eclipse. So now we are back on the Eclipse. So you can see on my screen we have the code for the alphabet puzzle game that we are going to execute. So basically this particular alphabet is going to have 3 rows and 3 columns. So in total we'll be having 9 cells, out of which 8 cells will be occupied. So one particular cell, which is the 9th cell, will be empty for the motions. Now we have A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and H, and one empty space, which is a block B8. Now let's try to execute this code and see the output. So there you go, the program got successfully executed and we have the puzzle game on my screen right now. So you can see it's almost already arranged, luck by chance maybe. So just let's click on the edge. So now you can see that we have won the particular game, and it is in the ordered sequence, that is A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and H. Since we have done the arrangement proper, the game shows we have won. Congratulations, you won. Now let's just press OK and let's continue with our next game. So the third game that we will be discussing today will be about the ping pong game. So this particular ping pong game is asked in some of the famous MNC companies like IBM. Now let's try to execute this particular code on the Eclipse window and see the output. So now we are back on the Eclipse window. So this particular game will have three classes, that is the ball class, which is the movement of the ball. Next we have the paddle, which is all about the board and the paddles that we play with. And next the pong. This particular class is all about how the code runs or how the game runs. Now let's try to execute this particular program and see the output. So there you go, the program got successfully executed and we have the Pong game over here. Yeah, so that's how you play it. Please don't worry about the codes. We have the open source GitHub links for all the games we have used in the description box below. Along with that, we have also placed a text document of all the codes used in this particular video. You can have access to it and try to execute that code in your local system. Now with that, we have come to an end of this session on game development tutorial. Hope the session was interesting and informative. If you have any queries regarding any of the topics covered in this session, or if you require the resources that we used in this session like code, PPT, etc., then do let us know in the comment section below and our team of experts will be more than happy to resolve all your queries at the earliest. Until next time, thank you, stay safe and keep learning.
Hi there, if you like this video, subscribe to the Simplilearn YouTube channel and click here to watch similar videos. To nerd up and get certified, click here.